over the top of Anderson. He tracks all the way back in. It does. And he's locked in. What a goal!
Inundated. So popular.
Years in business. Pride's Easy Feed continues to stand as a proud Australian family equine dedicated feed company. Based on the Liverpool Plains, Pride's is the only facility of its type producing extruded cubes, extruded sweet feeds and pellets on 3 separate production lines. We would like to wish our Pride-sponsored riders the best of luck for the event ahead. And be sure to pop over to the Pride's Marquee to see our range of feeds and ask any questions that you might have with getting the right diet for your horse.
Quit horsing around and come visit the Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute Lilydale team at the Wandin International Horse Event on the 23rd and 24th of March. With 3-tonne towing in the MUX and 3.5-tonne towing in the D-Max, you'll keep your horses safe with trailer sway control across the range. Receive our stellar show special of $2,000 worth of free accessories for any new vehicle purchased over the event period. Offer valid for event period only, 23rd to 24th of March. So get in quick. Visit our 2018 award-winning team at Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute Lilydale today.
And the course is underway with the Heritage Holden Lilydale CCI 2-star course. We do have our trailblazer out on course. Rider number 55, Eliza Harvey, aboard Evergem Perfection. Eliza's currently sitting in a very handy 5th position on a score of 37.1. She's had a clear show jumping, so she'll be definitely wanting a nice clear run across country. So please be aware that riders will be jumping the yellow coloured fences. So make sure you're not in the path of these horses and riders. We are very lucky today to have our live streaming as well. So beautiful day here at the Australian Championships at Wandin Park. And we have our first rider, Clear, over the rider video productions train at fence number 1, Eliza Harvey and Evergem Perfection. Riders will be going at 1.5 minute intervals. They've got a distance of 2,751 metres and 5 minutes and 18 seconds to complete the course. So you'll notice these riders will also be going slightly faster than the last group at 520 metres a minute with 27 efforts. So we've got Eliza Harvey and Evergem Perfection clear over fence 5 at the Bendigo Bank, 5 A and B. By Kira Lee Smith and Arkilla, they're over the Equisage Manor at fence number 2 and heading towards the Stockman's Hut. She's currently on a score of 47.4. Unfortunately clear in the show jumping and sitting in 17th position. So down at the lake, we've got Eliza Harvey nicely over the fences there as she makes her way towards the ditch oxer. Lovely big jump of this big grey. She's wasting no time as she heads out towards the Palisade and the Horseland Hurdle out of view. So don't forget, if you're a spectator, to make your way up towards the Kentore Quarry. It's always a spectacular sight. Although we can see approximately 75% of the course sitting on the hill. So we have another starter out on course, rider 57, Eliza Milone, and Ravenwood Summer Hit. She had a handy dressage score of 32.9, but unfortunately added 8 show jump penalties to leave her in 11th position. So 3 competitors out on course. Eliza's clear over the Palisade at fence 10 A and B, while Kira Lee is clear over fence 6 at the Yarra Valley Hay and the Roll Top, making her way towards the Heritage Holden Lake. Nicely over the house in the water there. And leaving the starters' hands, rider 58, Stacey Briggs and Little Napoleon. Stacey's on a score of 35.9 and did pick up 4 penalties in the show jumping, and sitting in 7th position. Time is always very tight here at Wandin Park, so these riders will not be wanting to waste a minute, as the cross country is often very influential. So 4 riders out on course. We've got Eliza clear through the Kentore Quarry. While I can see Eliza Milone and Ravenwood Summer Hit nicely over the hanging rail at the Heritage Holden Lake. No problems over the house in the middle. So 5 horses out on course. We've got Sophie Fox, rider number 59, and Isle of New Norfolk. She's on a score of 46.5, currently in 22nd position. She's clear over the Wandin Park Arch at fence number 2. They're coming into view now. We've got Eliza Harvey and Evergem Perfection. Nicely over the Pride's Wagon and Brushes. And no problems over that apex there. So lovely and neatly through the Pride's Wagon and Brushes for Eliza Harvey with just 3 fences to go. She seems to be having a really good ride. Meanwhile, we can see Stacey Briggs and Little Napoleon riding strongly up over the rail at the lake, Heritage Holden Lake, and no problems for them. So that fence seems to be riding quite nicely at this stage. So Kira Lee Smith and Arkilla, she's out the back at the Kentore Quarry, and we should be seeing her coming through the keyhole interview shortly. Meanwhile, over fence number 1, we have rider 61, Bronte Simpson and Newham. She's on a score of 39.8, picking up 8 show jump penalties. She's in 19th position, as she's safely over the rider video productions train at fence number 1. Unfortunately for Eliza Myloon and Ravenwood Summer, she has picked up a fall out of the Horseland hurdle out of sight. Meanwhile, we can see Kiralee Smith and Arkilla really nicely through the Pride's Wagon and brushes. So plenty of horses out on course. Should just be waiting for a time for Eliza Harvey and Evergen Perfection. And Kiralee Smith and Arkilla will be making their way to the last few fences in this Heritage Holden Lilydale CIC 2-star class. So we can see heading towards the Heritage Holden Lake. I think that's Bronte Smith aboard Newham. So a little bit of a deep spot, but no issues for them through the Heritage Holden Lake. So just waiting to see how Eliza Myloon and Ravenwood Summer hit at the back of the course, while we can see so just travelling through the lake now in the beautiful grey, we have Erin Callahan and Danson Lincoln. Erin's definitely a combination to watch as she's in second position on a very nice score of 31.3. Nothing to add in the show jumping. So sweetly through the lake, lovely bold jump over the ditch oxer. So as a spectator up on the hill, you can't see there is a great big ditch under that otherwise nice oxer fence. So it can cause some trouble. The horses don't see the oxer there until they're right upon it. No troubles there for Erin Callahan and Danson Lincoln. So there's just a slight hold on course as we are checking how Eliza Myloon is after her fall out at the Horseland hurdle. We're just working out some times for the earlier competitors. So I believe that Eliza Harvey had clear jumping, picking up 6.8 time. So as always, the time is quite tough to get. Now I think we should be seeing so we're just restarting some of the riders that were held. Meanwhile, we can see Erin Callahan, rider number 62, and Danson Lincoln come into view. As I was saying before, she's in that nice, handy second position, wanting to put pressure on the leader. Nicely over the wagon, and just perfectly through the brushes there at the Pride's Wagon and brushes. So she seems to be travelling along really nicely, hoping to put pressure on our overnight leader, Ben Tyson, who we should be seeing later on in this Heritage Holden Lilydale CIC 2-star class. So I do have a final score for Eliza Harvey and Evergem Perfection. She did pick up 6.8 time faults, no jumping penalties to add, so finishing on a total of 43.9. So we have 4 horses out on course. Stacey Briggs, number 58, aboard Little Napoleon. I think she's just travelled through in front of us. Meanwhile, a call out to all the people interested in freshmen's cross country out in Little Wandin. The freshmen's cross country has now commenced out in Little Wandin, so half price today, half price special $15, with all donations going to motor neuron disease. So you pay out at Little Wandin and you can do half price schooling. Meanwhile, coming into view, we've got Sophie Fox and Isle of New Norfolk after a slight hold on course. She's come down to the Pride's wagons and brushes. Horse is still looking fit and full of running, so no problems for Sophie Fox and Isle of New Norfolk. So Bronte Smith and Newham, she's through the quarry, Kentor Quarry at fence 13A and B, and also should be our next rider coming into view on the hill for the spectators. So the course is restarting after that short hold, so Bronte Smith positively into the Pride's wagon and just making those brushes look easy. So Bronte Smith and Newham appear to be having a really good ride across country in this Heritage Holden Lilydale CIC 2-star class. Meanwhile, back in the starters' hands, we can see Stephen Stacey aboard Belhaven Atticus, rider number 63. He's jumped clear up to the Equisage Manor at fence number 3. He's currently on a score of 44.9. Nothing to add in the show jumping and sitting in at 14th position. So the horses will be running back again at 1.5 minute intervals. There should be quite a few horses back in view shortly. So you can see Stephen Stacey and Belhaven Atticus making their way towards the Bendigo Bank at fence number 5. Unfortunately, that is just out of view, but he appears to have jumped those two narrow fences heading up over the bank, so I think he may have picked up 20 penalties along the way at the Stockman's Hut at fence 4A and B. So Stephen Stacey carrying 20 penalties across country. Meanwhile, back at the Equisage Manor at fence number 3, we've got rider 64 Brooks Serial and a point. Brooks on a score of 39.9. She added 8 jump penalties and 2.4 time penalties to have her sitting in 21st position. And over the rider video productions, Fast Train is the man to watch. We've got rider 65 Ben Tyson, our overnight leader aboard Equine Affair Casanova. Very good dressage of 28.4 and clear show jumping. It's leaving him as our overnight leader. He's got a small margin ahead of Erin Callaghan, our second place leader, second place rider. So just going back to our current scores we have, remember these are provisional. We've got Eliza Harvey and Evergem Perfection on a score of 43.9, and unfortunately for Eliza Myloon and Ravenwood Summer Hit, they were eliminated after a fall. So Stephen Stacey and Belhaven Atticus, they're over the Palisade at fence number 10, but they are unfortunately carrying forward that 20. Meanwhile, we can see Brooks Surreal aboard De Point, making their way towards the ditch. Oxa. Lovely big jump over that nice Oxa fence as she puts the pedal down to waste no time as she's got the long gallop out towards the Palisade. Riders have to make up time where they can as the time does prove to often be quite tight here at the Australian Championships at Wandin Park. Another starter out on course, someone who's been around once or twice, Emily Anker aboard Stars Align. Today, she's rider number 66 with a dressage score of 37.1, picking up 4 penalties in the show jumping. She's currently sitting in 12th position and is clear over the Stockman's Hut at fence 4A and B. So we've got 5 horses out on course, plenty of action. So we can see our overnight leader, Ben Tyson, wasting no time as he heads out towards the Palisade and the Horseland Hurdle out the back of the course. So we've got Brooke Sariel and a point clear over the Horseland Hurdle at fence number 11. And I believe that's her just coming into view, the commentary position here as well. So no problems for Brooke Sariel at this point. She looks to be having a really great run. Meanwhile, earlier in the course, we've got Tara Lawson and Jive J. She's rider number 67, currently on a score of 31.8. She was in 3rd position, not such a great show jumping, picking up 16 penalties and 11.2 time, pushing her down to 25th. So the scores are very tight. Riders can't afford to add anything to their dressage score. So we can see Emily Anker and Stars Align jumping the big ditch oxer, while we've got, that must be Brooke Sariel and DePoint neatly over the pride's wagon and brushes at fence number 16. So a number of horses out on course, hard to keep track of them all. While I can see our overnight leader, Ben Tyson and Equine Affair Casanova splashing through the lake on our live feed here at the Wandin Park Australian Eventing Championships. So he seems to be clear up to the Kentaur Quarry. So unfortunately for Tara Lawson and Jive J, they've picked up 20 at the Bendigo Bank. And Ben Tyson just showed us how it's done with Equine Affair Casanova really neatly through the pride's wagon. So he's got just 4 fences to go. He'll be trying not to waste a second as he is our overnight leader in his Heritage Holden Lilydale CIC 2-star class. Meanwhile, we've got another starter out on course, Bessie Dimery aboard Sandhill Style. Bessie's rider number 70. This is one of her many rides for the weekend, currently on a score of 35.5, picking up 12 penalties in the show jumping, moving her down to 18th position, and she's clear over the Equisage Manor at fence number 3. So I think that was Tara Lawson and Jive J splashing through the lake. Seems to be very close to Fleur Barling and Wake Me Up. I think Fleur may have overtaken Tara. She seems to have picked up a couple of refusals on this course. I think one down at the lake at the A element. Meanwhile, we can see Emily Anker and Stars Align coming slowly with a very strong horse here into the Pride's Wagons. He's got a huge jump on him, but she managed to make that look easy. So Emily Anker and Stars Align just travelling slowly there at the end of the course at fence number 16. Meanwhile, across the hill we can see rider number 68, Nina Griffiths and Mr. Zazu. She's had a score of 36.5 in the dressage, unfortunately picking up 4 penalties in the show jumping to leave her in 9th. But as we know, the time can be rather tight here at the Wandin Park Horse Trials, so plenty of room to move for the top few competitors. So another local competitor, Alice Embry, aboard Spanner Collusion. Rider number 72, she's clear over the Equisage Manor at fence number 3 and heading towards the Stockman's Hut. So I think that's Nina Griffiths and Mr. Zazu heading towards the Heritage Holden Lake. Really neatly over that rail and splashing through the water at our Heritage Holden Lake. So coming out into view, we have Flare Barling and Wake Me Up really nicely over the pride's wagon and brushes. They're followed closely behind by Tara Lawson and Jive Joe. Unfortunately, they have picked up two separate refusals earlier on the course. However, they're still determined to finish. And unfortunately for her, she hasn't quite made the distance to the B element, the angled brushes. And just contemplating what next for her day. And appears to be making the choice for a walk home. So unfortunately for Tara Lawson, not her day, but hopefully she'll come back again in the future. So we can see nice bright colours of Alice Embry and Spanner Collusion wasting no time as she jumps the ditch oxer. Meanwhile, at the start of the course, we've got rider number 73, Tess Story, aboard She's a Dark Horse. Tess had a score of 41, unfortunately picking up 12 penalties in the show jumping to move her down to 23rd position, but she's clear over fence 6 at the Yarra Valley Hay. Another local rider making their way towards the Stockman's Hut is Sheridan Wilson and Pantega Lodge Bentley. Sheridan's rider number 74. She's currently in 24th position. She had a handy dressage score of 35, but unfortunately did pick up 20 jump penalties. So Bessie Dimmery and Sandhill Style unfortunately carrying forward two refusals from earlier in the course. However, she's made her way through the Pride's wagon and brushes and making her way down to the Ag Power Flowers and the last couple of fences. The last fence being our major sponsor, the Isuzu Arch. So don't forget, if you'd like to have a courtesy drive around the course in one of their magnificent vehicles, go and see the team at the Isuzu stand. So 4 horses out on course. We've got Nina Griffiths and Mr. Zazu clear over the Kentore Quarry and the Keyhole. Still full of running, making our way towards Pride's wagon and brushes. Lovely big striding horse here. She sits up, just wait, pop in a nice 3 strides between those two brush fences, so really well ridden for Nina Griffiths. Meanwhile, we should be seeing Alice Embry and Spanner Collusion coming into view shortly. Spanner's looking rather keen. Alice sets him up for these combination fences. Nice spot into the trailer. Oh, she did touch the flag on the B element, but she seems to have jumped those fences nicely. So we have another couple of starters out on course. Rider 97, Tony Shave aboard Darwin Park Chandelier. Tony scored 38.4 in the dressage. Unfortunately, the show jumping picked up 12 extra penalties and 7.2 times, so costly show jumping around for them, bumping them down to 27th position. However, she's safely over the Yarra Valley Hay at fence number 6 and making her way through the Heritage Holden Lake. Seems to be a fence jumping really smoothly for these CCI 2-star riders at this stage. So unfortunately for Tess Story and She's a Dark Horse, she has elected to retire up at the quarry, I believe. So Tess Story and She's a Dark Horse not taking any further part in the competition. So Sophie Negre and Card Sharp Rider number 76, she's over the Bendigo Bank at fence number 5 and making her way back down the hill towards the Yarra Valley Hay. A couple of nice easy rolling fences, the Yarra Valley Hay and the Roll Top, before they have some more challenges later on in the course. Meanwhile, over the Equisage Manor and making their way towards Stockman's Hut, we have Katrina Wallace aboard Lord Rupert. Katrina's currently sitting in 8th position with a nice dressage score of 39.6. Nothing to add in the show jumping, just picked up 0.8 time. So it proves that the show jumping was quite influential in this CCI 2-star class. So Sheridan Wilson and Pentaga Lodge Bentley. Lovely thoroughbred. Big galloping stride. So he makes light work of that combination fence at the Pride's Wagon and Brushes. So we've got Katrina Wallace and Lord Rupert. Lovely big leap over the Yarra Valley Hay there. While Mark Phillips and Le Conqueror, rider number 77, commenced his round. He's safely over the Equisage Manor at fence number 3. Currently sitting in 26th position, score of 40.9 after the dressage, unfortunately adding 20 penalties. And the show jumping has bumped him down the placings. So we've got Katrina Wallace and the lovely grey Lord Rupert splashing through the Heritage Holden Lake. A little bit of a chip before that ditch oxer, but no problems for them as they head out towards the Horseland Hurdle out the back. So another new starter out on course, rider number 92, Robert Palm aboard Lucian's Total Joy. Dressage score of 37.3, picking up 8 jump penalties, 2 time penalties to leave him in 19th position. So, got a few scores to hand. So we've got Eliza Harvey and Evergem Perfection on a score of 43.9, followed by Brooke Surreal and DePoint. Brooke had a lovely clear round, picking up 12.4 time, leaving her on a total of 62.7. Bronte Simpson and Newham, unfortunately, had a clear cross-country run, but picking up 75.2 time, so obviously time proved tough for them. Leave them on a total of 123.2. While Sophie Fox and Isle of Newfork, no jump penalties, but 66.8, leaving them on a total of 117.3. So, as I said before, the time always proves a challenge here at Wandin Park. And coming into view, we've got Sophie Negre and Card Sharp clear through the keyhole. No problems over the Pride's Wagon and making light work of those brush fences. So we've got another starter out on course, someone we haven't seen for a little while, Dave Middleton aboard WEC in the money. Dave's rider number 78 today. He's clear over the Stockman's Hut at fence number 4, currently sitting in 13th position. Dressage score of 41.4, picking up just 0.4 time in the show jumping. As we see Robert Palm splashing through the Heritage Holden Lake, while coming into view the lovely grey Lord Rupert with Katrina Wallace. Little deep spot into the tractor, but no problems. He just popped right up and made really light work of that combination fence. So sometimes you can't tell fences that look like they're going to cause a lot of trouble. The riders seem to be riding that really, really well. So commencing their cross-country round, clear over the Equisage Manor, we've gone to rider 71, Laura Wallace, aboard ESB Irish Autumn. Laura's clear over the Stockman's Hut, fence number 4. She's currently in 3rd position, so certainly a combination to keep an eye out for. Currently on a score of 35.9, she added nothing to her show jumping, to her dressage score in the show jumping. So a number of riders out on course. We can see Mark Phillips They're cleared through the prize wagon, making their way to the Ag Power Flowers. Got to thank our sponsors for their wonderful sponsorship. The course does look magnificent. But please make sure you do support the wonderful sponsors that support you in the sport we love. Well, we've got rider 79, Melanie Bates, aboard Barbara Streisand. She's currently on a score of 40.9, picking up 4 show jump penalties and 0.8 times. She's sitting in 15th position. And she's clear over the Equisage Manor at fence number 3. And 4 at Stockman's Hut, making her way towards Bendigo Bank. As I can see the bright pink helmet of Lara Wallace and ESB Irish Autumn make their way out the back. As I said, that combination's sitting in 3rd position, so they will be wanting to waste no time. Here we are, just waiting on some of the times from the earlier competitors, so we can see how they've gone. So we do have a score for rider number 66, Emily Anchor, aboard Stars Align. She picked up 15.6 time to leave her on a total of 56.7. So as I said, that time is proving to be quite tight for these riders. This Heritage Halton Lilydale CIC 2-star class. So we should be seeing Robert Palm coming into view, clear up to fence number 15. And using all his experience there as he jumps through the prize wagon and brushes at fence 16, A, B and C. So making their way down towards Yarra Valley Hay, we have Riley Perry Paramenta aboard playing the field. Rider number 88. Riley's on a score of 54.6 in the dressage, picking up 8 jump penalties. They're currently in 27th position. While we have Sarah Ward aboard Abstract Lad. She's a combination we should keep an eye out for in the early part of her course. She's clear over fence 3 at the Equisage Manor. She's in 6th position, dressage score of 33.1, picking up 4 jump penalties and 1.6 time. So show jumping did prove to be quite influential in this class. However, another combination to keep an eye out for, putting pressure on our leaders. So we've got Dave Middleton and WEC in the money, clear over the prize wagon and brushes and making his way towards the Ag Power Flowers, while we can see the very bright helmet cover there of Laura Wallace aboard ESB Irish Autumn. So we've got Sarah Ward aboard Abstract Lad, clear over the Yarra Valley Hay at fence number 6. Just a reminder to all competitors and spectators that these scores are provisional, so I think I may have given some riders some cross-country time. I believe they may have been held, so please don't be alarmed. The times will be adjusted. You can understand working with live scores can prove challenging. So we have rider number 86, Bethany Hurst aboard Foxley Partly Cloudy. She started her course. She's currently clear over the Stockman's Hut at fence 4A and B. I think that's the grey horse we can see approaching the Bendigo Bank at fence 5. She's currently in 16th position, dressage score of 37.9 and picking up 8 jump penalties in that all-important show jumping. There appears to be a loose horse coming towards the commentary position, so just looking out for a loose horse coming back. If someone can catch that, that would be great. So, unsure whose horse that is at the moment. So, just checking how the rider is and who the rider is of that loose horse. So that will be unfortunate elimination for Riley Perry Paramenta aboard playing the field. I believe they may have had a fall at fence 15, the keyhole. So we've got Sarah Ward aboard Abstract Lad. She's clear over the Wandin which way at fence number 12 and making her way up towards the world famous Kentall Quarry. While I can see rider 86 Bethany Hurst aboard a Foxley Partly Cloudy. Lovely little grey horse, wasting no time through the Heritage Holden Lake. So we have rider number 90, Jasmine Dillon. She's an inter-school competitor. They are part of the CCI two-star class, but I believe it does give them qualifications for inter-school competitions, so we will be seeing a number of these riders competing within this class. Now, unfortunately for Bethany Hurst aboard Foxley Partly Cloudy, they have picked up 2 refusals. So just sorting out where the competitors are after we have had that fall. So I do have Bronte Bravo aboard Altona. Rider number 91, she's on had a dressage score of 34.5, picking up 8 jump penalties to push her down to 14th position. She's clear over the Equisage Manor fence number 3, so number of competitors out on this course. Just while we are sorting out a fall from an earlier rider. So we have rider number 93, Charlotte Sheldon aboard Townsend LS. She had a score of 39.3. Nothing to add in the show jumping, and moving her up to a handy 10th position. She's clear over the Equisage Manor and the Stockman's Hut, and we can see her making her way through the Bendigo Bank. 2 narrow fences over the hill, and no issues for her in this Heritage Holden CIC two-star class. So we do have rider number 82, Sarah Ward, an Abstract Lad. She's I believe she may be held on course. Meanwhile, I can see number 93, Charlotte Sheldon aboard Townsend LS. Boldly into the Heritage Holden Lake. No issues over the house as she travels on towards the ditch Oxer at fence number 10. Why are they starting? And another new starter out on course, rider number 94, Abby Plant aboard Practice Makes Perfect. Another of our inter-school competitors. She had a dressage score of 38.5, picking up 16 jump penalties. 2.8 time in the show jumping, unfortunately bumping her down to 26th position. She's safely over the Stockman's Hut, fence 4A and B. So, some provisional scores from earlier competitors. I have rider number 77, Mark Phillips, and the Conqueror. No jump penalties, picking up 5.6 time penalties to leave him on a total of 66.5. We have Melanie Bates aboard Barbara Streisand. She did a lovely clear round, picking up 11.6 to leave her on a score of 57.3. The experienced Lara Wallace aboard ESB Irish Autumn. She did a clear end, picking up 5.2 time penalties to leave her on a total of 41.1. While Bessie Dimmery and Sandhill Style unfortunately picking up those 20 jump penalties, 17.2 time to leave her on a total of 84.7. And rider number 69, Fleur, Barling and Wake Me Up. Nothing to add in the jumping phase, but 6.4 time to leave her on a total of 46.9. So it is tight at the top in this Heritage Holden CIC class. So just trying to catch up on some of the times as the scores are coming through thick and fast here for our scorers, as we attempt to give you live scoring at the Australian Championships here at Wandin Park Horse Trials. So please don't be alarmed if you're not sure about the results that are announced. They are provisional, so these are provisional scores. I believe there were some scores that were announced incorrectly earlier when there was a hold on course and time has not been taken off. The time they were held has not been taken off, so please don't be alarmed, those riders that were held. So we have a few riders out on course just waiting to be restarted. So at the moment I've got provisionally Lara Wallace aboard ESB Irish Autumn on a score of 41.4, closely followed by Eliza Harvey and Evergen Perfection on a score of 43.9. Just calculating the score of Erin Callahan and Danson Lincoln. She was in second position and putting pressure on our overnight leader Ben Tyson aboard Equine Affair Casanova. We are eager to see the time penalties of those competitors that have jumped clear around this CCI two-star class. So I think we will be getting horses back on course shortly as they are restarted. So that all-important score from Erin Callahan and Danson Lincoln. No jump penalties to add, 15.2 time penalties, so a little bit costly for her, bumping her down to a total of 46.5. So she has lost that second position at this stage. So just a short break in the proceedings while we restart those competitors that have been held out on course. Please make sure that you are not going in front of the yellow coloured fences, as they are the jumps that the horses will be jumping. So sometimes after a break, some people don't realise where the horses are coming from. So please be mindful of the course and where the horses are coming from. So still quite a number of horses to go in this Heritage Holden Lilydale's CCI two-star class.
30 years in business. Pride's Easy Feed continues to stand as a proud Australian family equine dedicated feed company. Based on the Liverpool Plains, Pride's is the only facility of its type producing extruded cubes, extruded sweet feeds and pellets on 3 separate production lines. We would like to wish our Pride-sponsored riders the best of luck for the event ahead, and be sure to pop over to the Pride's marquee to see our range of feeds and ask any questions that you might have with getting the right diet for your horse.
horsing around and come visit the Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute Lilydale team at the Wandin International Horse Event on the 23rd and 24th of March. With 3-tonne towing in the MUX and 3.5-tonne towing in the D-Max, you'll keep your horses safe with trailer sway control across the range. Receive our stellar show special of $2,000 worth of free accessories for any new vehicle purchased over the event period. Offer valid for event period only, 23rd to 24th of March. So get in quick. Visit our 2018 award-winning team at Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute Lilydale today.
They are happy, they are giggling, are looking forward to coming back next year. So no issues for the rider that has fallen. That has given us a slight hold on the course. So just bear with us. We are restarting those competitors that have been held on course. So confirmation that was rider number 81, Riley Perry Paramenta. Aboard playing the fields, she tipped off, I think, at the keyhole at fence number 15, but up, happy and all okay, which is good to hear. So a score to add for rider number 92, Robert Palm, aboard. He's also on a score of 25.6. Cross-country time penalties to add, so leaving him on a total of 72.9 for Robert Palm. So just eagerly awaiting the score of our overnight leader, Ben Tyson, and Equine Affair Eclipse. So, just got the okay that the horses are beginning to restart. Riders are getting given their 1 minute warning. And so, the course has been restarted. Here I'm hoping that was Sarah Ward aboard Abstract Lad. Did miss the number. She's currently in 6th position, and she seems to be clear up to this point despite her short hold on course. So Sarah Ward and Abstract Lad clear over the garden bed at fence number 18. So we have a score to add for Alice Embry and Spanner Collusion, picking up just 4.8, super speedy around the cross-country course today. Time to put her on a total of 41.1, which is equal with Laura Wallace, our provisional leader at the moment. So that will be a handy position for her. Meanwhile, I've got a score for Katrina Wallace and the lovely Grey Lord Rupert, picking up 8 time penalties to be on a total of 48.4. And leave her provisionally in 6th. So So please bear with us as we get back on track. After having a hold, some of the horses changing their order, so I can see that we've got Tory Glass, I believe, and Oceanic Star. She seems to have picked up a little bit of trouble, which always tricky when it's a combination fence. Meanwhile, second attempt, no issues for that combination, Tory Glass and Oceanic Star. So unfortunately for her, I think she'll be picking up those 20 penalties. Meanwhile, she's closely followed behind by number 85, which I don't know who that is. Not in the program, so I'm not sure who rider number 85 is. They did jump safely through the pride's wagon and brushes at fence number 16. So a number of horses out on course getting restarted in this Heritage Holden Lilydale CIC two-star class. So plenty of action around the course. Never a dull moment here at the Wandin Park International Horse Trials. We've got Tory Glass and Oceanic Star carrying forward those 20 penalties. Meanwhile, coming into view, lovely little grey horse, jumping really neatly through the Pride's wagons was Bethany Hurst aboard Foxley Partly Cloudy. Unfortunately for them, they did pick up that early 20 penalties at the Heritage Holden Lake, but the course is proving to be no challenge after that small mishap earlier in the course. So, a score to add for Sophie Negre aboard Card Sharp, picking up 13.6 time to give them a total of 63.1. So just getting those riders that were held restarted out on course. We've got Bronte Bravo and Altona. She should be out the Palisade and heading, and the Horseland Hurdle heading towards the Wandin Whichway and up to the world famous Kentaur Quarry. So don't be alarmed if you see those riders circling, getting their horses ready to be restarted back on track in this Heritage Holden Lilydale CIC two-star class. So don't forget to check out our shopping up in the Trade Village, in between the cross-country action, of course, where you can buy some wonderful products for your horses. Now, just through the quarry, I think I've just seen Jasmine Dillon aboard Vincenzo. She's currently sitting in third position, so certainly a combination to keep an eye out for. She's had a score of 34.6 and nothing to add in the show jumping. And she's wasting no time as she makes her way down towards the Pride's wagon and brushes at fence end 16A and B. Nicely through for Jasmine Dillon. While I can see, I believe that's Bronte Bravo and Altona splashing through the quarry at fences number 13, A, B and 14. It looks like we are slowly making our way back on track after that slight hold on course. This Heritage Holden Lilydale CCI two-star class. So unfortunately, after some competitors have been held, I won't be able to give them accurate times for the cross-country as it needs to be adjusted. So unfortunately for Charlotte, Sheldon and Townsend LS, not their day today. They've picked up a couple of refusals and then elected to retire. I believe at the Horseland Hurdle, fence number 11, it is always difficult to get going again after you've been stopped. Not something I like to do myself. So unfortunately for Charlotte Shelton and Townsend LS, they have elected to call it a day after picking up a couple of refusals out at the Horseland Hurdle. Meanwhile, we've got rider number 94, Abby Plant, aboard Practice Makes Perfect, other inter-school competitor. She's managed to restart, safely jumped the Palisade and the Horseland Hurdle, and making her way up towards the Wandin Whichway, the far end of the course. So back in the starter's hands, we're back on track. We have rider number 95, David Pryor, aboard Highfield Luda K1. David had a score of 40.1 in the dressage, picking up 4 show jump penalties to move him up to 16th position. He's clear over the Equisage Manor at fence number 4, so we are back on track in this Heritage Holden CCI 2-star class with 2 competitors out on course. So, Abby Plant aboard Practice Makes Perfect. Should be heading into view shortly. She's jumped the Kentall Quarry up at fences number 13, 14. A nice 5 strides there between the wagon and the brush. And the regulation 3 between the B and C elements, so no issues there for Abby Plant aboard Practice Makes Perfect. Meanwhile, back at the start of the course, we've got Tegan Ashby aboard APH Roger Rabbit. Tegan's rider number 98 and is a combination we want to keep an eye out for, as she's in 2nd position. However, this is of the CCI 2-star class, section 2. So that is section 4 in the program. So we will be moving, we do have had the last riders of our section 1 class and moving into section 2. So we've got David Pryor aboard Highfield Luda K1. He's through the lake, lovely big galloping stride over the ditch oxer and wasting no time as he heads out towards the Horseland Hurdle, while Tegan Ashby and APH Roger Rabbit will be feeling the pressure. They're clear through the Bendigo Bank at fence 5 A and B, and they'll certainly be wanting to waste no time around this CCI 2-star class. Another competitor that's no stranger to Wandin Park is Will Ensinger. This time he's number 117 aboard the lovely stallion Dulwich Ferristine. He had a score of 33.4 and was in 4th position after dressage, picking up just 4 show jump penalties to move him down to 7th. So still in a handy position. He won't be wanting to waste any time as he tackles this course here at Wandin Park. So Will Ensinger clear through the Stockman's Hut at fence 4 and B, making his way towards the Bendigo Bank. So I can see Tegan Ashby and APH Roger Rabbit just setting up for a lovely big galloping stride over the ditch oxer. Another starter out on course, rider number 99, Daniel Draggett, aboard Mount Anarchy Crescendo. Daniel had a score of 39.9, picking up 8 jump penalties, 3.2 time in the show jumping. Did unfortunately move him down to 21st position, but he's clear through the Equisage Manor at fence number 3. So we've got David Pryor and Highfield Luda K1. Just saw him jump neatly through the world famous Kentall Quarry. He should be coming into view shortly, while we can see Will Ensinger and the lovely big stallion splashing through the lake. So we've got 5 horses out on course. David Pryor and Highfield Luda K1. Lovely athletic horse, big jump over the table and making light work of those brush fences. So over the Wandin Park Arch, we have rider number 100, Annabelle Nelson, and Ballyhow TT. She had a very nice score of 32.8, but unfortunately a costly 12 jump penalties and 4.4 time penalties have pushed her down to 20th position. So Annabelle Nelson clear through the equissage matter at fence number 3. So a number of competitors out on course. David Pryor aboard Highfield Luda K1 over the Isuzu Arch. And he's finished his round here at the Heritage Holden CCI 2-star class. While we can see lovely jump for Daniel Draggett and Mount Anarchy Crescendo, number 99, over the ditch oxer. Another starter out on course. Another local rider, rider 101, out of Church aboard Viewbank Icon. And had a score of 33.4, putting her in a handy 4th position. Unfortunately, 12 jump penalties proved costly, pushing her down to 17th. She's clear over the Wandin Park Arch. Oh, and I can see Tegan Ashby not making that fence look as easy as it can be done, but however, she has cleared the fences at the Pride's Wagon and Brushes. It's looked to be adding an extra stride between that combination. So we can see Anna Nelson and Ballyhow TT through the Heritage Holden Lake. Lovely grey horse. Lovely neat jump over the ditch oxer at fence number 9, while we should be seeing Will Enzinger coming into view as he's clear through the Kentor Quarry. So Anna Church aboard Viewbank Icon clear through the Equissage Manor at fence number 3. And Annabelle Nelson and Ballyhow TT making their way to the Palisade. So Will Enzinger nicely through the Pride's Wagon and Brushes, making that look easy. Aboard the lovely stallion Freddie, as he's affectionately known in the paddock. So just a few fences left for Will Enzinger in this CCI 2-star class. So we can see Anna Church and Viewbank Icon making their way to the Heritage Holden Lake. Nicely over the rail, going in positively through the lake. Lovely thoroughbred horse, ears pricked, galloping through the water, making light work of those 2 fences. So we've got Madeline Wilson aboard Annie Jane, rider 103, commencing their round at fence. Clear through fence number 3, the Equissage Manor. Dressage score of 35.6, picking up 4 show jump penalties to move them down to 12th. While we've got Daniel Draggett aboard Mount Anarchy Crescendo through the Pride's Wagon and Brushes. So plenty of action here on course. Where are you putting? So we have 5 horses out on course. Another starter. Clear over the Rider Video Productions train, we have Georgia Beryl aboard Malabrow View. Score of 33.9 in the dressage. Just 2.4 time in the show jumping, moving them up into 5th position. So another combination to keep an eye out for Georgia Beryl. Clear through the Equissage Manor at fence number 3. Well, we just saw Annabelle Nelson and Ballyhow TT really neatly through the Pride's Wagon and Brushes. So at the back of the course, out of view from the commentary box, we've got Anna Church and Viewbank Icon. She's clear over the Horseland Hurdle, making her way up towards the Wandin Whichway and the Kentor Quarry. If you are spectating, it is worth a walk up to the quarry. So it is quite a unique fence. So I've got Madeline Wilson aboard Annie Jane, clear through the ditch oxer and heading out towards the Horseland Hurdle. Well, we have another starter out on course, rider 105, Carly Hazlers and Maya Diatu on a score of 33.8 in the dressage, picking up 4 show jump penalties to leave them in 8th position. So she's clear over the Equisage Manor. So we can see Georgia Birrell splashing through the lake. Little deep spot there into the house, but no problems for that combination as they head towards the ditch oxer. As we can see coming into view, local rider Anna Church lives just down the road, making light work off the Pride's wagon and brushes very neatly through there with Viewbank icon for Anna Church, as she has just 3 fences left in her course of this CCI 2-star class. So I have a score for Abby Plant aboard Practice Makes Perfect. Total of 57.3. So nothing to add to her cross-country round. So I think our first clear rider with the time. Do have a provisional score for rider 97 Tony Shave aboard Darwin Park Chandelier.
Just a note to all 3 and 4 star riders, you're probably already aware, but there will be roughly an hour delay in your times. So just be aware of that, but be ready to start, but roughly an hour delay.
So Tony Shave aboard Darwin Park Chandelier, 10.4 to add, leaving them on a total of 68, while Daniel Draggett and Mount Anarchy Crescendo, 6.4 time, no jump penalties to leave them on a score of 57.5. So these scores are tight at the top in this Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute CCI 2-star class. Meanwhile, we've got Madeline Wilson aboard Annie Jane. They've over the Ag Power Flowers with just the garden bed and the Isuzu Arch to go. While we have rider 107 Georgia Tivendale aboard Star Allure, another inter-school competitor. She's clear over the Yarra Valley Hay at fence number 6, making her way towards the Heritage Holden Lake. Another busy girl out on course today, rider 108 Rebecca Italiano aboard Montini. Rebecca's clear over the Equisage Manor, currently sitting in 25th position. Score of 41.6 in the dressage, unfortunately adding 12 jump penalties and 2.4 time leave her in 25th. While I can see Georgia Birrell jumping really nicely through the Pride's wagon here, front of the commentary position. So plenty of competitors out on course. Just in the starters' hands, we have rider 110 Emily Cuthbert aboard Kirby Park Irish Tom. Score of 39 in the dressage, picking up 8 jump penalties in the show jumping to leave her in 18th position. She's clear over the Wandin Park Arch at fence number 2. So we are nearing the end of this Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute CCI 2-star class. Approximately 10 competitors left to go. So Georgia Birrell aboard Malabrow View, clear over the Isuzu Arch with no jump penalties for that combination. Seemed to be a good run. While we've got Georgia Tivendale aboard Star Allure over the Horseland Hurdle at fence number 11, making their way a long pull up the hill towards Wandin Which Way at fence number 12. Got rider number 110, Emily Cuthbert aboard Kirby Park Irish Tom. They're safely over the Equisage Manor and heading towards the Stockman's Hunt. And just leaving the starters' hands, we have rider 111, Edward Darby aboard Moon Day. Edward's another inter-school competitor. Dressage score of 43.3. Nothing to add in the show jumping, leaving them in 15th position. So with the time proving so tough, it really is anybody's competition, the scores being so tight. So we've got Emily Cuthbert and Kirby Park Irish Tom making a really big leap over that ditch oxer, wasting no time as they head out towards the Horseland Hurdle. While coming to view is Georgia Tivendale and Star Allure. Nice neat pop over the Pride wagon. And neatly over those brushes for Georgia Tivendale and Star Allure. So we should have Rebecca Italiana and Montini there over the Palisade at fence number 10 and tackling the Horseland Hurdle as we speak, making their way up towards the Kentore Quarry. While splashing through the Heritage Holden Lake is Edward Darby and Moon Day, right 111. Lovely chestnut horse, big galloping stride as he makes his way towards the ditch oxer. And over fence number 3, the Equisage Manor of rider 112, Charlotte Flood aboard Collude With Me. Another of our inter-school competitors. Nice handy dressage score of 35.1, leaving them in 4th position with nothing to add in the show jumping. So another combination to keep an eye out for Charlotte Flood. Clear through the Stockman's Hut at fence number 4. Unfortunately for Rebecca Italiano, she has picked up 2 refusals at fence 10A and B, I believe, the Palisade. So fencer hasn't caused trouble so far in the course. So a couple of competitors following closely together out the back. Meanwhile, we've got Georgia House aboard Navigator, rider 114. Georgina is on a score of 34.4, picking up 8 jump penalties in the show jumping, moving them down to 13th position. So we can see Rebecca Italiano and Montini did pick up those 2 refusals earlier in the course, but seemed to do the prize wagon and brushes without any troubles there. So we should have Aurelia Munn and Shake My Hand, rider 115. Dressage score of 34.6, picking up 4 jump penalties to leave them in 9th position. So we are nearing the end of the Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute CIC 2-star class. While I can see Georgia House aboard Navigator splashing through the Heritage Holden Lake at fences number 8 and 9. While Edward Darby and Moon Day coming into view from the keyhole. Nice and neatly through the prize wagons there and brushes. So Rebecca Italiano, she's over the Isuzu Arch at fence number 19, finished her round in this CIC 2-star class. I do have some scores to hand. I'll be David Pryor aboard Highfield Luda K1, picking up just 1.6 times. So these riders in this second class have worked out the time is tough. He's on a score of 45.7. Seems to be the leading competitor so far. Meanwhile, do remember these scores are provisional. Wilhelm Enzinger picked up 11.2 time, leave him on a score of 48.6, provisionally in second at this stage. So the time is tight for these CI 2-star riders. So we can see Charlotte Flood collude with me. Another of our inter-school competitors, currently in 4th position, so she'll be wanting to waste no time as she made it through the prize wagon and brushes at fence 16, A and B. So jump the Yarra Valley Hay, making their way towards the Heritage Holden Lake. We have Leah Simmons aboard Vagabond Star. Leah had a score of 40.3 in the dressage, picking up 12 jump penalties in the show jumping to push her down to 23rd position. So Leah Simmons through the Heritage Holden Lake. Meanwhile, on the far hill, we can see the bright colours of Sam Jeffries aboard Woodmount Lolita. Sam's the rider to watch, as he is our current leader of this Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute CCI 2-star class is clear through the Bendigo Bank at fences number 5A and B. So, over the Equisage Manor, making their way towards the Stockman's Hut, we have Eliza Jane Sinclair back again, this time aboard Chatswood Verdasco. Eliza's on a score of 43.9, picking up 12 jump penalties in the show jumping, pushing her down to 24th position. She's clear over the Equisage Manor. As we can see, Sam Jeffries aboard Woodmount Lolita. Lovely big leap over the Ditch Oxer, our overnight leader, as he heads out the back towards the Horseland Hurdle. Meanwhile, we've seen Aurelia Munn and Shake My Hand here on our live feed splash through the Kentall Quarry. She'll be making her way towards the keyhole and into spectators' view now. So lovely little chestnut horse, still full of running. Big jump over the prize wagon, neatly through the bushes for Aurelia Munn and Shake My Hand. So 4 horses out on course. I believe these are the last 4 horses of the CCI 2-star class today. So Eliza Jane Sinclair aboard Chatswood Verdasco, splashing through the Heritage Holden Lake at fence number 8. So keeping an eye out on Sam Jeffries aboard Woodmount Lolita, clear over the Palisade at fence 8A and B. And the Horseland Hurdle, big ditch brush fence, lovely galloping fence, but does always pose a problem in this CCI 2-star class. So Aurelia Munn and Shake My Hand, they're over the Isuzu Arch, while I can see Leah Simmons and Vagabond Star still full of running as they attempt the prize wagon and brushes. No problems for them as they gallop on home towards the Ag Power Flowers. So just 3 horses left on course in this CCI 2-star class. We've got our overnight leader, Sam Jeffries and Woodmount Lolita. All eyes are on him as he's clear through the Kentall Quarry at fence number 14 and the keyhole at 15. Oh, lovely bright colours, lovely big forward distance over the wagon as he makes light work of that combination fence. So our overnight leader, Sam Jeffries, seems to be having a good run so far. Well, we've got Eliza Jane Sinclair. She's safely over the Horseland Hurdle out the back, making her way long pull up the hill towards the Wandin Whichway and our Kentall Quarry. So just 3 horses left on course in this CCI 2-star class. I do have some provisional scores to hand. Earlier we saw Emily Cuthbert aboard Kebby Park Irish Tom. Nothing to add in there. Cross country, no jump, no time, to leave them on a total of 47 penalties, while Charlotte Flood and Collude with me. No jump penalties, picking up just 6.8 time to leave them on a total of 41.9. And I believe our overnight leader, Sam Jeffries, is safely over the Isuzu Arch at fence number 19. So we'll just be eagerly awaiting his time for his round. While we can see Eliza Jane Sinclair and Chatswood Verdasco clear through the Pride's Easy Feed wagon, making their way to the Ag Power Flowers and just 2 fences to go. While rider 111 Edward Darby and Moon Day picked up just 0.8 time to leave them on a total of 44.1. Anna Church and Viewback Icon, no jump penalties, just adding 12.8 time to leave them on a total of 58.2. So do remember these scores are provisional. They do need to be checked and double checked before they are posted officially. by our officials. However, I do have a score for Rebecca Italiano and Montini. Picked up 60 jump penalties and 30 time penalties to leave them on a total of 146. So just waiting on the last few scores. We've got Eliza Jane Sinclair and Chatswood Verdasco, our final competitor in this CCI two-star class, over the Isuzu Arch. So it'll just be a moment before we restart the course with a new class. Jump judges will just be removing some of the flags on the yellow fences, and they'll be moving to their new places on the green fences in preparation for the CCI three-star class. So spectators, please be aware the competitors will be taking a new line in the next class. So please make sure you are not in the path of the new fences. So just have a look around you from all views. Make sure you're not sitting in the path of the new fences, as these competitors will be taking a very different track. The CCI 3-star and 4-star class has changed quite significantly this year to previous years, so please be aware that you are not in the path of those horses coming. So time for Leah Simmers and Vagabond Star, 10.4 time to leave a total of 62.7. So we are eagerly awaiting the scores of our overnight leaders in the CCI 2-star class. So while there is a break, good opportunity to hit the trade fair up here. Do a little bit of shopping as we swap over. We are trying to move the judges as quickly as possible to the new course in preparation for the CCI 3-star class. As I mentioned earlier, it will be the green numbered fences. So don't forget to support the sponsors that support us. The Isuzu, Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute is available for courtesy drives around the cross-country course. Go and test these wonderful vehicles. Perfect for towing your horse floats. We've got our friends at Heritage Holden, Lilydale, with their range of wonderful vehicles also up in the Trade Village, and a number of saddlery as well. So don't forget our major sponsors, Pride's Easy Feed are there, Australian International Animal Health Products and Equisage.
Years in business, Pride's Easy Feed continues to stand as a proud Australian family equine dedicated feed company. Based on the Liverpool Plains, Pride's is the only facility of its type producing extruded cubes, extruded sweet feeds and pellets on 3 separate production lines. We would like to wish our Pride-sponsored riders the best of luck for the event ahead. And be sure to pop over to the Pride's Marquee to see our range of feeds and ask any questions that you might have with getting the right diet for your horse.
horsing around and come visit the Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute Lilydale team at the Wandin International Horse Event on the 23rd and 24th of March. With 3-tonne towing in the MUX and 3.5-tonne towing in the D-Max, you'll keep your horses safe with trailer sway control across the range. Stella Show Special of $2,000 worth of free accessories for any new vehicle purchased over the event period. Offer valid for event period only, 23rd to 24th of March. So get in quick. Visit our 2018 award-winning team at Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute Lilydale today.
No jump penalties. Adding just 3.2 time to leave her on a total of 59.1. So these scores are certainly tight at the top. Provisionally, we've got Sam Jeffries and Woodmat Lolita on a score of 33.9. Oh, I believe there's still a few scores to add, so I won't be reading out any placings just yet. We'll wait for those scores to be completed. A reminder that there is also freshmen's out in Little Wandin. Discount freshmen's in Little Wandin for $15 around, or donations going to motor neuron disease. You can pay out in Little Wandin course, and you may have to just jump the jumps that aren't around the floats and cars that have had to be parked out there. With such huge numbers, we've never had over 740 plus competitors in a weekend. You can imagine it makes everything a little bit tighter. So while there is a break in proceedings as we relocate our judges around the course, probably is a good opportunity to select a good vantage point around the course. Some people will be aware that we do have the Broken Bridge is back here at the Wandin Park. So a fence that was built back in the 90s. It's been given new life this year. Spectacular looking fence. The Bendigo Bank Bridge, and fence number 7 for this CCI 3-star class. So well worth a short walk down the hill to get a little bit closer, get the best viewing option of the Bendigo Bank Bridge. At fence number 7, spectators do need to be aware that the horses do a number of different loops this year to previous years, so majority of their course is out on the hill where it can be viewed by the spectators. So please make sure you have a look around to check you are not going to be in the way of any of these horses, as they will be travelling again much faster than the previous class as they tackle the 30 efforts in this CCI 3-star class. These competitors have a distance of 3,346 metres with just 6 minutes to complete it in. They'll be travelling notably faster at 550 metres per minute. So we'll be looking for the green numbered fences when we start this Livermore Bio-Wormer CCI 3-star class. So we are just moments away from commencing the cross-country course here at the Australian Championships at Wandin. So we are not far off. Commencing the cross-country course here for the CCI 3-star course. Just having trouble relocating one of our cross-country judges. So I think we are good to go in the Livermore Biowormer CCI 3-star class at the Australian Championships here at Wandin Park. So just doing the final checks and clearing the course. And we should be seeing rider number 23, Bessie Dimery, aboard Ruben's son as our first starter. So please make sure you are not in the view or in the way of the path of the green numbered fences. Please make sure you're aware of looking around you and where the horses will be coming from. As I said, the course has changed significantly from previous years. Horses will be doing a number of loops around the main viewing area above the lake. So please make sure you are not in the path of these oncoming horses. So we are good to go with our trailblazer for the Livermore Biowormer CCI 3-star class out on course. Rider number 23, Bessie Dimery, aboard Ruben's son. Bessie's been around earlier on some other horses. This time she's had a dressage score of 37, picking up 4 jump penalties and just 0.4 time penalties to leave her in 14th position, and she's clear over the Stockman's Hut, fence number 4A and B. Lovely bright pink colours, easy to spot across the hill. Bessie Dimery aboard the lovely Ruben's son, making her way towards the Bendigo Bank at fence number 5A and B. Now, just to let spectators know, these horses will be coming at 2-minute intervals in this CCI 3-star class, so be aware the course is significantly different, so keep a lookout for where these riders are travelling. So we have our trailblazer, Bessie Dimery, aboard Ruben's son over the Stockman's Hut, Bendigo Bank at 5A and B, making a big turn over an open oxer, the far end of the course. She makes her way back to the Bendigo Bank Bridge, a fence we haven't seen for a long time. The workers have spent many hours getting this fence ready for today, so we are waiting for Bessie Dimery and Ruben's son. She's over the open oxer, making her way down towards the Bendigo Bank Bridge. She'll make a hard right-hand turn towards a roll and corner just below the lake. As I said, this course is significantly different to previous years. So So leaving the starters' hands, we've got Andrew Cooper aboard River Breeze. Andrew's on a score of 36.5. The dressage picking up 4 show jump penalties, leaving him in 11th position. While unfortunately for Bessie Dimmery and Ruben Stun, they did pick up 20. Looks to be at the 8A, I think, at the roll and corner, sitting just below our Heritage Holden Lake. So 2 horses out on course in this CI 3-star class here, Bessie Dimmery and Ruben Stun. Through the Heritage Holden Lake at fence number 10, unfortunately slightly out of view of the commentary position here. We've got Andrew Cooper and River Breeze right at number 24. He's safely over the Bendigo Bank at fence number 5 and making his way out. Big sweeping turn to a lovely big open oxer at fence number 6 before turning back to jump off the spectacular Bendigo Bank Bridge. As we can see, Betsy Dimmery and Ruben Stun over the barn. Nice let up fence number 12, before she tackles the flower boxes. As we've seen, Andrew Cooper off the Bendigo Bank Bridge, fence number 7, and River Breeze. So Bessie Dimmery and Ruben Stun carrying forward. Another 20 penalties this time. I believe at fence number 11, the Shandon Bottle, another iconic fence here at Wandin Park. Meanwhile, leaving the starters' hands, we have rider number 25, Courtney Fraser, and Rockin' It. She had a score of 33 in the dressage, picking up 8 jump penalties to leave her in 12th position. So we've got 3 riders out on course. Bessie Dimmery at the Horseland Hurdle at the back. Very big looking, imposing fence, but generally jumps quite easily in this CCI 3-star class, while we've got Andrew Cooper and River Breeze heading back towards the barn. He's clear through the Shandon Bottles at fence number 11. Oh, nice jump for him as he heads out towards the flower boxes. 2 narrow arrowheads heading out towards the far paddock, while we've got Courtney Fraser and Rockin' It wasting no time as she heads away from the Stockman's Hut towards the Bendigo Bank. We've got our 3 horses out on course, Bessie Dimmery and Ruben Stun carrying forward. 2 refusals from earlier in the course. She's tackled the Wandin which way and heading down the slide at the quarry. Go over log at the top, down the steep slope into the water, and no trouble for her over the narrow arrowhead in the water for Bessie Dimmery and Ruben Stun, while Andrew Cooper's wasting no time out the back aboard River Breeze. He's clear over the flower boxes and heading towards the Horseland Hurdle. But Courtney Fraser and Rockin' It clear over the open oxer and also heading towards the Broken Bridge, as we see Bessie Dimmery and Ruben Stun nicely over the wagon. And unfortunately for her, picking up 20 at the Birdwood Eventing Brush tractors. So unfortunately for Bessie, not the best day at the office today, so she's elected to retire after 3 individual refusals around the course. So we've got Andrew Cooper and River Breeze safely over the Horseland Hurdle at fence number 14. He's done the big long pull up the hill towards Wandin Whichway and splashing through the world famous Kentor Quarry as we speak. So Andrew Cooper and River Breeze having an excellent ride so far. Well, we've got Courtney Fraser and Rockin' It. She's over the Shandon Bottle at fence number 11 and making her way towards slightly easier fence, the barn, fence number 12. While we have Simon Tanish aboard Punching in a Dream, rider number 35. He's commenced his cross-country round here at Wandin Park. So Andrew Cooper and River Breeze showing us how fence 18 and 19 should be ridden over the Pride's Easy Feed table and the Birdwood Eventing Brush tractors. Beautifully through the 3-stride combination there, so no problems for Andrew Cooper and River Breeze with a relatively easy last few fences to go. So I've got Simon Tanish and Punching in a Dream. Dressage score of 36.6. Nothing to add in the show jumping. Just 0.8 time to leave him in 6th position, and he's clear over the Bendigo Bank Bridge at fence number 7. He's made it through the roll and corner at fence 8, sweeping back towards the Heritage Holden Lake. As I said, these horses pass very different track to what they have done in previous years. So over the boat, making the turn to a slightly easier striped blue and white house in the Heritage Holden Lake for Simon Tanish and Punching in a Dream. So 3 competitors out on course. Yeah. We've got Andrew Cooper and River Breeze. He's over the last fence, I believe. With nothing to add, so we'll be eagerly awaiting to see his time. Again, as it always is, time is tough here at Wandin Park Horse Trials. As we see Simon Tanish and Punching in a Dream, wasting no time as he picks off a lovely spot, galloping stride at the barn at fence number 12 and heads out towards the flower boxes. 2 narrow arrowheads heading out towards the back paddock. Meanwhile, we've got Courtney Fraser and Rocking It. No trouble for them through the Kentaur Quarry at fence number 16. To be heading down the hill through the hotel and back into spectator view. Meanwhile, commencing their CCI 3-star round, we've got Sophie Fox aboard Mr. Pig. She's number 26 today, 43.1 in the dressage, picking up 4 jump faults and 0.4 time, leaving her in 19th position. So she'll be hoping for a fast, clear round to improve her position in this CCI 3-star class. Meanwhile, we can see Courtney Fraser making light work of the Birdwood eventing brush tractors at fence number 19. So just 3 fences to go for Courtney Fraser and Rocking It. She seems to be having a good round so far, while we've got Simon Tanish and Punching in a Dream. He's safely over the Horseland hurdle, done a long pull up the hill towards the Wandin Whichway, and be tackling the Kentaur Quarry shortly, while we can see Sophie Fox turning back towards the Heritage Holden Lake. She jumps in, heads towards the boat. Nice big jump for Sophie Fox and Mr. Pig as they turn through our Heritage Holden Lake and make her way up towards the Shandon Bottle. So we've got Simon Tanish and Punching in a Dream safely through the Kentaur Quarry. Another starter out on course, rider 27. We've got Isabel Horton aboard Talara Delango. She's on a score of 43.8. No jump penalties, just 0.8 time penalties to leave her in 17th position. She's safely over the Equisage Manor at fence number 3. We've got horses going in every direction. It's hard to keep track of them at these 2-minute intervals, with Simon Tanish and Punching in a Dream safely through the Birdwood brush tractors at fence number 19. While we saw Sophie Fox and Mr. Pink, she wastes no time heading out towards the flower boxes at fence number 13. So, Izzy Horton over the Stockman's Hut at fence number 4. And the Bendigo Bank, 2 narrow fences with the bank obstacle in between. So she'll be making a big sweeping turn over the open oxer and heading towards that world famous Bendigo Bank Bridge shortly. So time for Andrew Cooper, first competitor to complete the CCI 3-star course, this time aboard River Breeze. So he added just 3.6 time to leave him on a total of 44.1. So Andrew Cooper, very speedy around this CCI 3-star class today. So 2 competitors out on course, Sophie Fox and Mr. Pig. She's over the Wandin Whichway. While we can see Izzy Horton splashing through the Heritage Holden Lake below us. Nice big jump over the boat, little tap on the flag as she goes past. And makes a turn up towards the Shandon Bottles. Starting out in their course, we've got rider 28, Alice Smith aboard JB Ultimate. Score of 40.7 in the dressage. adding 8 show jump penalties and 1.6 time to leave her in 23rd position. She's safely over the Wandin Park Arch, fence number 2, and the Equisage Manor, heading towards the Stockman's Hut. So Sophie Fox and Mr. Pig. She's through the quarry. Courtney Fraser and rocking it. We saw her earlier. She wasted no time, picking up 12.8 time to leave her on a total of 53.8. As Sophie Fox and Mr. Pig come into view. He's looking quite strong, as Sophie has to work a little bit harder to bring him back before the Pride's Easy Feed table. However, she made light work of those Birdwood eventing brush tractors at fence number 19. Simon Tanish and Punching in a Dream. We saw him speed around earlier. No jump penalties, no time penalties to leave him on his dressage score of 37.4. So super speedy round for Simon Tanish and Punching in a Dream. So Sophie Fox and Mr. Pig, they're over the Isuzu Arch, fence number 22. While Izzy Horton is out of view at the Horseland Hurdle, far back of the course. While we can see Alice Smith and JB Ultimate over the Bendigo Bank Bridge at fence number 7 and tackling the roll and corner. No issues for them. So they tackled that tough line and did a sweeping turn towards the Heritage Holden Lake. Meanwhile, we've got Will Enzinger, rider number 29, back again, this time aboard Glenwood Park, Cooper Street. Will had a dressage score of 35.2. No jump penalties, 2 time penalties to leave him in 5th position. So another competitor we need to keep an eye out for. If he can do a fast round, he can stay competitive in this Livermore Bio-Wormer CCI 3-star class. So 3 competitors out on course. Izzy Horton. She's safely through the Kentall Quarry, making her way back into spectator view by Alice Smith and JB Ultimate. She's through the Shandon Bottle at fence number 11. So these 2 riders cross paths in front of us. As we see Izzy do a big jump over the Pride's Easy Feed table. It looked like there was a bit of rubbish blown in front of her horse. However, oh no, I think that was actually decorations from the jump that blew off, which her horse didn't seem to even flinch. So excellent riding from Isabel Horton as she jumped through the Pride's Easy Feed table and the Birdwood eventing brush tractors. So we've got Alice Smith and JB Ultimate over the flower boxes at fence number 13, while Will Enzinger and Glenwood Park, Cooper Street are safely over the Oxer. They'll be heading down towards the world famous Bendigo Bank Bridge shortly. So 3 competitors out on course. Plenty of action. So Will and Glenwood Park, Cooper Street, safely through the roll and quarter and doing the sweeping turn back towards the Heritage Holden Lake. So just setting up for the big boat. Glenwood Park, Cooper Street quite keen to get the job done here in this CCI 3-star class. Meanwhile, we have a new starter out on course. Rider number 30, Sophie Doak and Grand J. Sophie had a score of 35.9 in the dressage, picking up just 4 jump penalties in the show jumping to leave her in 9th position. So Sophie Doak clear through the Equisage Manor at fence number 3. So Alice Smith and JB Ultimate through the Wandin Whichway and heading up towards the quarry. As we see Will Enzinger and Glenwood Park, Cooper Street waste no time as he heads towards the barn, fence number 12. Those horse, lovely big galloping horse, as he heads out towards the flower boxes at fence number 12. So Sophie Doak and Grand J through the Stockman's Hut, fence number 4. Bendigo Bank, fence number 5. So 3 competitors out on course here in this Livermore Bio-Wormer CCI 3-star class. as we see Alice Smith back into view. She sits up nicely, setting up for the Pride's Easy Feed table. Lovely big leap. She sets up for the tractors. Has a little tip off there. Unfortunately for her, she's got a little tight to the B element. Her horse just had a little wrap in front, just spat her out the front door. She seems to be up and okay. So just had a small tip off out the front for her. So out the back we've got Wilhelm Anzinger and Glenwood Park, Cooper Street. He's safely through the flower boxes at fence number 13 and over 14 at the Horseland Hurdle. Sophie Doak and Grand J. She's through the Heritage Holden Lake at fence number 10. Lovely big grey horse. Meanwhile, we have another starter out on course across the hill, setting up for the Stockman's Hut, local rider Sheridan Wilson. She's back again, this time aboard Auntie Murphy. She had a score of 35 in the dressage, picking up 4 jump penalties, 2 time penalties in the show jumping to leave her in 13th position. So she'll be hoping for a nice, fast, clear round on Auntie Murphy as he returns to competition at the higher level. So Will Enzinger and Glenwood Park, Cooper Street. He's safely through the Wandin Which Way at fence number 15, while we see Sophie Doak and Grand J tackling the flower boxes. So Glenwood Park, Cooper Street, still full of running. Lovely big jump over the Pride's Easy Feed tables as he sets him up for those Birdwood Eventing Brush tractors. Makes light work of that combination. Just a note to the competitors, all EVA 95 final results have been posted. So your final results, all EVA 95 competitors, your final results have been posted. So just an update on some earlier riders. We had Sophie Fox and Mr. Pig. Clear round, super fast with just 3.6 time to leave her on a total of 51.1. While Izzy Horton, she also jumped clear, picking up 6 time penalties to leave her on a score of 50.6. So we've got 5 competitors over the finish line in this Livermore Bio-Wilmer CCI 3-star class. So Sophie Doak and Grand J, she's over the Wandin Which Way, making her way up towards the quarry, while we can see Sheridan Wilson and Auntie Murphy through the Heritage Holden Lake and circling back towards the Shandon Bottles. Coming into view, we can see a lovely big grey setting up for the Stockman's Hut. That's rider number 33, Lily Wickenden and a Furious Sensation. Lily had a score of 30.6 after the dressage, jumped clear, adding just 3.2 time to hold her second position. So combination to keep an eye out for is Lily Wickenden. Setting up for the Bendigo Bank, fence number 5, lovely big grey horse. While we can see Sheridan Wilson and Auntie Murphy heading towards the flower boxes as we see Sophie Doak and Grand J, great big grey horse with what appears to be a very small Sophie aboard. She jumps the Pride's Easy Feed table. Makes really light work of the Birdwood Eventing Brush tractors at fence number 19. So just 3 fences to go for that combination for Sophie Doak and Grand J, who appears to be having a really great ride in this CCI 3-star class at Wandin Park today. So Lily Wickenden and Furious Sensation, they're clear over the open oxer and just did a lovely big leap off that famous Bendigo Bank Bridge as she does the turn to the roll and corner. And makes light work of that combination. These good riders make these tricky combinations look really easy, but they are just a testament to how good their schooling is and preparation for the event. So another new starter out on course. Sam Jeffries back again this time. He's aboard. JB Calypso. He had a very handy dressage score of 29.1. Unfortunately, not the best show jumping around today. Picking up 24 jump penalties and 0.4 time, pushing him down to 24th position. So costly show jumping around for Sam today. However, he's clear through the Equisage manor and make his way through the Stockman's Hut as we speak. So 3 horses out on course. We've got Sheridan Wilson aboard Arte Murphy. She's through the Kentaur Quarry. While we can see Lily Wickenden and Furious Sensation, that combination we want to keep an eye out for. Currently sitting in second position as she sets up for the barn at fence number 12. So Sheridan Wilson and Arte Murphy through the Pride's Easy Feed table. And Birdwood, Eventing Brush Tractors, unfortunately for her. She's picked up 20 at the B element. So Sheridan Wilson and Arte Murphy picking up 20 at the B element of the Birdwood Eventing Brush Tractors. So Sam Jeffrey and JB Calypso. He's over the open oxer and making his way. He's down through the Heritage Holden Lake. So 3 competitors out on course. We've got Lily Wickenden and Furious Sensation over the Horseland Hurdle. And heading up towards Wandin, which way at fence number 15. While we can see Sam Jeffries in the very bright orange, splashing through the Heritage Holden Lake and tackling the Shandon bottles. Meanwhile, a new starter out on course. Rider number 37, Megan Jones aboard RLE Barina. Megan, no stranger to top-level competition. She's had a dressage score of 35.6, to leave her in 9th position. Jumped clear, adding just 0.4 time to move up to 3rd position. So another combination we want to keep an eye out for is Megan Jones. This time she's aboard RLE Barina. Well, we just saw Sam Jeffries and JB Calypso making light work of the barn at fence number 12. So 3 competitors out on course in this Livermore Biowormer CCI 3-star class. Got Lily Wickenden and Furious Sensation. She should be heading into view now. She's safely through the hotel at fence number 17 as she sets up this little grey horse. The quite large Pride's Easy Feed tables. Huge leap. She sweeps back for the Burwood Brush Tractors. No problems with that combination. She heads on down to her last 3 fences. So Lily Wickenden, hopefully she's having a fast round as we speak, holding on to her 2nd position. While we've got Sam Jeffries and JB Calypso, he's over the Horseland Hurdle, the long pull up towards the Wandin Which Way at the far back of the course. While we've got Megan Jones and RLE Barina splashing through the lake as we speak. Lovely little grey horse. Lovely neat jump over that house in the lake. Relatively simple fence in comparison to what we'll see later on. She makes her way up towards the Shandon Bottle, another iconic fence here at Wandin Park. So she makes a sweeping turn, making the most of the long gallop. She can make up a bit of time as she heads back towards the barn. Another relatively straightforward fence here in this CCI 3-star class. So we've got Sam Jeffries, JB Calypso just coming back into view. Lovely big horse, beautiful leap over the Pride's Easy Feed wagon as he sweeps back for 3 strides to make light work of the Burwood Eventing Brush Tractors at fence number 19. While we have another starter out on course, we have Lisa Clausing aboard. Will Tony Garnett. Lisa's number 39 today. She's had a dressage score of 32.5, unfortunately picking up 8 costly jump penalties in the show jumping to move her down to 10th. So Lisa Clausing and Will Tony Garnett over the open oxer at fence number 10, making their way to the Bendigo Bank Bridge. Lovely big leap of that imposing bridge. She does a sweeping turn towards the Roland corner just below the lake. So we've got 3 competitors out on course. So we see Lisa Clausing just below the Heritage Holden Lake. We've got Megan Jones and Dar Ali Barina. She's safely over the Horseland hurdle out the back, making the long pull up the hill towards the Wandin Park which way. So Lisa Clausing and Will Tony Garnett over the boat. And nice little pop over the relatively straightforward house in the Heritage Holden Lake. She kicks on towards the Shandon Bottle at fence number 11. So another starter out on course this time. Rider number 40, Charlotte Kerwin aboard LP Janvier. She had a score of 37.7 in the dressage, picking up 12 costly penalties in the show jumpings bumped her down to 21st. However, she's clear over the Equisage Manor in this CCI 3-star class, as we see Lisa doing a lovely galloping stride, just picking off the barn at fence number 12. So 3 competitors out on course. And a few updated scores to hand. We had Lily Wickenden and Furious Sensation. She was sitting in second, unfortunately picking up 18.8 time to leave her on a score of 52.6, so that is bumping her down the order, while we had Sheridan Wilson and Arte Murphy unfortunately picking up that 20. 16.8 time for a total of 77.8. Sophie Doak and Granjay, no jump penalties, 10.4 time penalties to leave her on a total of 50.3. While Will Anzinger and Glenwood Park Cooper Street, no jump penalties, 12 time to leave him on a score of 49.2. So 3 competitors out on course. We've got Lisa Clausing, she's over the barn, and the flower box is out, heading towards the back end of the course, while Charlotte Kerwin and LP Janvier over the Bendigo Bank Bridge, fence number 7, and splashing through the lake over the boat, as we can see on our live stream here, making the turn over that nice straightforward house and cantering up towards the Shandon Bottle. So another starter out on course, the very experienced Murray Lampard. This time he's number 42 aboard Luscious Lola. Score of 37.3 in the dressage, picking up 8 jump penalties in the show jumping to have him in 18th position. He's clear over the Equisage Manor at fence number 3. So we've got 3 horses out on course. Lisa Clausing, she's just be coming back into view as we see Charlotte Kerwin making her way out towards the far back of the course. So Murray Lampard and Luscious Lola is over the Stockman's Hut, fence number 4. As we see Lisa Clausing coming into view here at the Pride's Easy Feed table. Little tap on the shoulder as she goes in. She sits up for these Burwood brush tractors and makes light work of that. So seems to be having a good ride so far for Lisa Clausing and Will Tony Garnett. So Charlotte Kerwin and LP Janvier over the barn at fence number 12. And unfortunately, they appear to have to be held before the flower boxes. I believe there is a fence that has been damaged, so we can see Murray Lampard and Luscious Lola wasting no time as he makes the tight turn below the lake and heading towards the boat. A different view on our live stream now. You can see a little bit more on the different camera angle as he splashes through the water and over the small house and heads up towards the Shandon Bottle. So 2 horses out on course. So we've got Murray Lampard aboard Luscious Lola. Murray's always known to waste no time, and certainly no stranger. Multiple winner here at Wandin Park in the past. So he's galloping across the country towards Barnet fence number 12, wasting no time as he heads out towards the back of the course. So just had a slight hold on course as they are repairing one of the fences. So unfortunately for these riders, they have had to be held as they repair a fence that has sustained some damage. So unfortunately for those two riders, they have been held at the flower boxes. So their time will be taken as they stop and continue. It does mean it makes our provisional scoring a little bit trickier, as we can't account for the time that's stopped here. So a couple of scores to hand. We have rider number 37, Megan Jones, aboard RLE Barina. No jump penalties, just 2 time penalties to leave her on a total of 38. While we had Sam Jeffries and JB Calypso, no jump penalties, no time penalties, to finish on a total of 53.5. We just saw Lisa Clausing and Will Tony Garnett, no jump penalties, 12 time to leave her on a total of 52.5. So provisional placings at the moment. Please be aware the course has not finished. We still have a number of riders to go. We've got Simon Tanish and Punching in a Dream currently in the lead on a total of 37.4. Megan Jones and RLE Barina hot on his heels on a total of 38. Andrew Cooper and River Breeze currently in third on 44.1, while Will Enzinger and Glenwood Park Cooper Street is on 49.2 in fourth. Sophie Doak and Grand J currently on 50.3 in fifth position, while Izzy Horton is 0.3 behind on 50.6 in sixth. So these are provisional, of course. We still have a number of riders to complete, but they are rounding out the top 6 in this CCI 3-star class as we speak. There are still a number of riders to complete their course. So just a short couple of minute hold as they repair one of the fences on course. It might be a good opportunity to relocate your position and watch the course from a different vantage point while we wait. So just a slight hold on course as they repair one of the fences at the far back of the course. We've got Charlotte Kerwin and Murray Lampard held. You can see them just circling before the flower boxes at fence number 13. Once we get the all clear, they'll be given a little bit of time to get back going again. It's not ideal to be held on course. However, sometimes it can give your horse a little bit of a refresher. Give him a chance to catch his breath before you get back going again. So 2 horses held on course here as we just repair a fence out the back.
"30 years in business. Pride's Easy Feed continues to stand as a proud Australian family equine dedicated feed company. Based on the Liverpool Plains, Pride's is the only facility of its type producing extruded cubes, extruded sweet feeds and pellets on 3 separate production lines. We would like to wish our Pride-sponsored riders the best of luck for the event ahead, and be sure to pop over to the Pride's marquee to see our range of feeds and ask any questions that you might have with getting the right diet for your horse.
Quit horsing around and come visit the Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute Lilydale team at the Wandin International Horse Event on the 23rd and 24th of March. With 3-tonne towing in the MUX and 3.5-tonne towing in the D-Max, you'll keep your horses safe with trailer sway control across the range. Receive our stellar show special of $2,000 worth of free accessories for any new vehicle purchased over the event period. Offer valid for event period only, 23rd to 24th of March. So get in quick. Visit our 2018 award-winning team at Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute Lilydale today.
Gone throughout this massive weekend here at the Australian Championships at Wandin Park. And so the riders have been given a warning that we will be recommencing in approximately a minute. So as you can see, Charlotte Kerwin just getting her horse back and going so she can take off where she left off earlier as she tackles the flower boxes at fence number 13, A and B. Well, we'll see. Murray will be given a chance to circle and also get Luscious Lola back up and running. So we've got those two horses out on course. Charlotte Kerwin, she's through the flower boxes at fence number 13 and making her way out towards a big imposing horseland hurdle. Big ditch brush fence out the back. Well worth a walk to have a look and see just the size of some of these fences. As we see Murray Lampard and Luscious Lola also recommencing his course in this CCI 3-star class. So two horses out on course. Charlotte Kerwin, she's safely over the horseland hurdle and making a long pull up the hill to the Wandin Which Way. Hopefully her horse has had a chance to catch his breath a little bit, and that holds is actually beneficial for her in her cross-country round. So Murray Lampard and Luscious Lola also out on course. So two competitors in this CCI 3-star class. As we see Dal Ogilvie and Precious Dreams, rider number 43, leave the starter's hands. Dal's no stranger to Wandin. She's been around this track quite a few times. This time she's aboard Precious Dreams, and she's the combination to keep an eye out for. 33.2 in the dressage. No jump penalties, just 0.4 time to be our overnight leader. She's safely through the equissage manor. As we see Charlotte Kerwin back into view over the Pride's Easy Feed table. Lovely big leap. She sets up for the Burwood eventing brush tractors. No problems for them. So Good to see that slight hold on course hasn't seemed to caused any issues for that combination. While we see Murray, Lampard and Luscious Lola waste no time as he canters through the Kentore Quarry and should be coming into view shortly. So Dal Ogilvie, the big black pressure streams out the back at the open Oxer. While Murray Lampard comes back into view, Luscious Lola. Little chestnut horse. Really neat in front up over the Pride's Easy Feed table. And really beautifully through the Burwood eventing brush tractors. Murray showing all his experience there after his break on course 2. So Charlotte Kerwin is over the Isuzu Arch. We'll be eagerly awaiting her time while we've got Dal Ogilvie and Precious Streams circling back towards the Heritage Holden Lake. Nicely over the little house there, setting up for the boat really neatly as she sweeps back over a slightly easier little house in the water and heads up towards the Shandon Bottle. So Dal Ogilvie, our overnight leader, and Precious Streams. Meanwhile, Murray Lampert's over the Ag Power Flowers at fence number 20 and heading towards his last fence of the Isuzu Arch. So just starting out their course clear over the Wandin Park Arch at fence number 2. We've got rider number 44, Andrew Cooper. Back again, this time he's aboard Buchanan. Dressage score of 38.2. No jump penalties in the show jumping to move him up into a handy 7th position. So another combination to keep an eye out for. Clear through the Wandin Park Arch as we see Dal Ogilvie wasting no time as she heads out towards the flower boxes at fence number 13. Our overnight leader. So 3 horses out on course. Murray Lampert just jumped the Isuzu Arch as we speak. Dal Ogilvie heading out towards that big horseland hurdle. And Andrew Cooper wasting no time up at the Bendigo Bank aboard Buchanan. So still a few horses to go in this CCI 3-star class. Dal Ogilvie and Precious Dreams. Over the Horseland Hurdle. Making her way, long pull up the hill towards the Wandin Which Way, while we see Andrew Cooper tackling the roll and corner. Quite a tricky line down there. Big roll top to a corner on a curved line just below the lake as he makes his way back towards the Heritage Holden Lake. His horse full of running, looking really keen to get the job done. Andrew Cooper as he splashes through the Heritage Holden Lake. Meanwhile, we've got Dal Ogilvie and Precious Dreams. She's through the Wandin Which Way, making her way up towards the Kentore Quarry. Leaving the starters' hands now, we have rider number 45, Bianca Sigmardi and Royal Chanel. Bianca had a score of 40.5 in the dressage, picking up just 4 jump penalties in the show jumping to move up to 16th position. She's clear over the Equisage Manor at fence number 4. While Andrew Cooper wastes no time. Cross country over the barn at fence number 12 as our overnight leader comes back into view. Dal Ogilvie, lovely big long spot there in front of the Pride's Easy Feed table. She sits up for the Birdwood eventing brush tractors, making light work of that. So very smart looking combination as they head down towards the Ag Power Flowers. Our overnight leader, Dal Ogilvie, aboard Precious Dreams. So Bianca Sigmardi and Royal Chanel, they're through the bank and the open Oxer and heading towards that leap of faith off the Bendigo Bank Bridge. A bit of whip. Royal Chanel needed a little bit of encouragement to jump off that edge, but Bianca got the job done. Did it nicely in the end as she turns towards that roll and corner on the live stream. Got a pretty good view here of that quite tricky combination, which again, making light work of it. Sweeping turn back towards the lake. Nice big leap over the house. She sets up towards the boat. Bianca and Royal Chanel. Very different striking coloured horse. So we've got Andrew Cooper. He's clear through the Kentor Quarry. Certainly wasting no time. He's known for making the time cross country. Speaking of people that make time, Murray Lampard and Luscious Lola, I believe he's had no jump penalties, no time penalties to finish on a 45.3. Remember, these scores are provisional, so we see Andrew Cooper coming back into view. His ride's looking still full of running. Love the big open stride to the table as he sets up for those brush tractors. Does a lovely job of that, Andrew Cooper. So back at the start of their course, we've got Katie Solcombe and George the first. She's over the Equisage Manor at fence number 3, commencing her round here in the Livermore Bio-Wormer CCI 3-star class at Wandin Park. We've got Andrew Cooper and Buchanan clear over the Ag Power Flowers at fence 20, and the Pride's Fat Rat at 21. Just one fence to go for Andrew. While Bianca Sigsmarty and Royal Chanel, she's over the Horseland Hurdle and making her way, big long pull up the hill towards the Wandin Park Whichway and that famous Kentor Quarry. So a couple of competitors out on course. Got Bianca and Royal Chanel through the Wandin Whichway. Coming into view hopefully on our live stream at the Kentor Quarry shortly. Unfortunately for Katie, she's had a fall at fence number 4. So Katie Solcombe and George the first, they've taken a tumble early in the course at Stockman's Hut. So she won't be taking any further part in the competition. While we have Bianca and the distinctive Royal Chanel, she's through the Kentor Quarry and she'll be heading to the hotel, back into view shortly. Meanwhile, we have another starter out on course, this time rider 47, Georgia Spangaro. She's aboard He's Wishing. She had a dressage score of 41.7, unfortunately picking up 20 penalties in the show jumping, an 8.8 time to be sitting in 26th position. Pretty new to this level for Georgia Spangaro, so I'm sure she'll be hoping to make it to the end. So safely through the Bendigo Bank at fence 5A and B for Georgia Spangaro. Meanwhile, we just saw Bianca and Royal Chanel really neatly through the Pride's Easy Feed table and Burwood eventing brush tractors at fence number 19. So she has just 3 fences to go in this CCI 3-star class today. So Georgia Spangaro, and He's Wishing, all eyes on her as she's over the open oxer and setting up for the Bendigo Bank Bridge. Love a big leap off there. A little bit of encouragement with the whip, but she got the job done. She sets up for the roll and corner. Nice big jump in and sweetly through the corner there for Georgia, and He's Wishing. As she does the sweeping turn back towards the lake, just popping in over a relatively simple house, splashing through the water over a boat, which we'll see the later combinations jump in a related line. So Georgia Spangaro and He's Wishing, making light work of this course so far, clear through the Heritage Holden Lake, fence number 12. Meanwhile, commencing their round here today, we've got rider number 48, Jessica Welsh aboard. Barabeden, captain. Jessica had a score of 40.2 in the dressage, picking up 8 jump penalties to move her into 20th position overnight. And she's clear through the Equissage Manor. While we see Georgia Spangaro, he's wishing, cantering across the country through the Shandong Bottle, setting up for the barn. Nice jump over that relatively straightforward fence here, this CCI 3-star class. While I have a few scores to hand, we saw Murray Lampard earlier. No jump penalties to finish on a score of 45. Bianca Sigmardi and Royal Chanel, just 2.8 jump penalties to leave her on a total of 47.3. Andrew Cooper, who said it was a speedy round. No jump penalties, no time penalties to leave him on a score of 38.2. While all eyes were on our overnight leader, Del Ogilvie and Precious Dreams. Nothing to add, finishing on her dressage score to remain in the lead. Maybe there. I've got them in order. We have Charlotte Kerwin and LP Jean-Venet. She added 3.6 time to be on a total of 53.3. So hopefully that hold on course didn't interrupt her run too much. So as we can see, Jessica Welsh and Barabedon Captain, Big Grey, over the rolling corner below the lake, circling back towards the Heritage Holden Lake. Lovely big horse. Nice neat jump over the house. She sets up for the boat. Meanwhile, I've got Tegan Ashby commencing her round. Right at number 49. She's aboard Wandin Password. Dressage score of 36. No jump penalties, just 0.4 time penalties to move her up into 4th. So another combination to keep an eye out for. She can't pass our leader, Del Ogilvie, but she can certainly put pressure up the top. So 3 horses out on course. We've got Georgia Spangaro and he's wishing. She's through the Kentaur Quarry at fence number 16. She'll be making her way back into view shortly, while we see Jessica Welsh and Barabedon Captain over the barn at number 12. So Georgia sitting up nicely, a little bit of whip, riding positively into the Pride's easy feed table. She sets up for the Burwood eventing brush tractors and makes light work of that. So I'm sure she'll be happy. Most of the tough work done for Georgia Spangaro. Just 3 fences to go. Meanwhile, got Tegan Ashby just popped off the Bendigo Bank Bridge below the Heritage Holden Lake. She's clear through the rolling corner as we speak. And leaving the starter's hands, rider number 50, Simon Tanish back again, this time aboard Remy Lord of the Realm. Simon had a score of 35.8, picking up 4 jump penalties, 3.2 time to leave him in 15th position. So he's clear over the Wandin Park Arch, fence number 2. So 3 horses out on course. Got Georgia Spangaro and he's wishing. She's over the Isuzu Arch at fence number 22. I'm sure she'll be really pleased to say she has accomplished the 3-star class here at Wandin Park. Tegan Ashby and Wandin Password. They're over the Heritage Holden Lake and making their way back towards the barn. About halfway through her course in this CCI 3-star class, while Simon Tanish and Remy Lord of the Realm, the earlier part of the course, the Stockman's Hut and Bendigo Bank. See him jump those narrow fences on the bank, make light word of that. As he makes a big sweeping turn, a relatively straightforward open oxer before he tackles that very imposing Bendigo Bank Bridge. So unfortunately for Jessica Welsh, it appears she's taken a tumble out the back at fence number 15. So she'll be taking no further part in the competition. So there is a loose horse on course. So out in the back paddock, wondering which way, possibly heading back towards the trucks. We should be seeing Barabedon Captain Jessica Welsh has parted company with him. Meanwhile, Simon Tanish, the lovely chestnut, Remy Lord of the Realm, splashing through the Heritage Holden Lake. Nice jump over the boat as he sweeps back over that house and makes his way up towards the Shandon Bottle. And commencing their course, we have rider number 51, Isabel Horton, and a Bloomfield Roderick. Izzy's busy girl back again. Dressage score of 45.3 and picking up four jump penalties and 0.8 time to leave her in 22nd position. So Izzy will be hoping for a nice clear round to improve on her position. Meanwhile, we see Simon Tanish wasting no time with Remy Lord of the Realm as he heads back across country to the barn at fence number 12 and out to the back paddock. So we've got Tegan Ashby. She's safely over the Kentaur Quarry at fence number 16. Should be heading back into view shortly. So score for Georgia Spangaro. No jump penalties, just 14.8 time penalties to leave her on at 85.3. Sure she'll be wrapped with that. While we see Tegan Ashby setting up for the Pride's Easy Feed table. And our Burwood eventing brush tractors. So, got Izzy Horton, Bloomfield Roderick, clear over the open oxer, and big leap off the Bendigo Bank Bridge there. The early part of her course, setting up for the Roland Corner. Big striding horse, she sets up for the corner. Unfortunately, we have someone in front of the camera we can't see. So 3 riders out on course. Tegan Ashby just approaching the last fence now, while we see Izzy Horton and Bloomfield Roderick splashing through the lake. Roderick has a bit of a spook. One of the other fences that he doesn't have to jump. Izzy gave him a little bit of encouragement there and heads on back up towards the Shandon Bottle. So just 2 horses out on course, our final 2 horses in this CCI 3-star class, as Izzy's opting to take the option, longer option for this Shandon Bottle. First rider I've noticed to opt to take that option of the Shandon Bottle. However, Izzy knows her horse best, so it does take slightly longer. So she's trying to make up a little bit of time for that extra loop as she heads across country towards the barn, while we see Simon Tanish and Remy Lord of the Realm back into view. Lovely big, neat, super high kick up behind over that Pride's Easy Feed table, as he does a super job through those Burwood eventing brush tractors. So our final 2 horses out on course in this Livermore Bio-Wormer CCI 3-star class at the Australian Championships at Wandin Park today. So we have Simon Tanish and Remy Lord of the Realm heading towards the Isuzu Arch. Just 1 fence to go, while Izzy Horton and Bloomfield Roderick, she's over the flower boxes at fence number 13. And approaching the Horseland Hurdle. Big imposing ditch fence out the far back of the course. So our final 2 competitors out on course before the highly anticipated CCI 4-star class. We've got a score for Tegan Ashby and Montagi Password. No jump penalties, just 8 time penalties to leave her on a total of 44.4. Slipping her into provisional 5th position so far. So Izzy Horton and Bloomfield Roderick, our final competitor, out on course safely through the Wandin Which Way fence number 15. And nicely through the quarry there on our live stream. Though riders do have to go down a really steep slope into the water and jump a narrow fence. Is he making light work of that? So our final competitor out on course. At the moment, provisionally, we do have Del Ogilvie and Precious Dreams in first position, closely followed by Simon Tanish and Punching in a Dream, with Megan Jones and RLE Barina on 38. Simon Tanish and Remy Lord of the Realm just completed their round, just 0.8 time to leave him on a total of 43.8. Provisionally in fifth at this stage. So just our final competitor out on course. Izzy Horton, Bloomfield Roderick. She's through the Pride's Fat Rat. Just one fence to go, the Isuzu arched fence number 22. So we will be almost done for this Livermore Biowormer CCI 3-star class before we'll have a short break in proceedings. And starting the CCI 4-star class shortly. So Izzy Horton and Bloomfield Roderick over the Isuzu arch at fence number 22. She's completed her course with no jump penalties, and we'll just be eagerly awaiting the time. So, just waiting on the final update of those scores. Provisionally, I believe we have Del Ogilvie and Precious Dreams in first, Simon Tanish, Punching in a Dream in second, Megan Jones and RLE Barina sitting in third, Andrew Cooper and Buchanan on a score of 38.2 in fourth, while Simon Tanish and Remy Lord of the Realm on a score of 43.8 in fifth, Tegan Ashby, Montagi Password in sixth. So these are provisional scores. Oh no, actually, I believe Andrew Cooper might have snuck in sixth there. As I said, these are provisional scores, so please wait for the final scores to be posted. So the course is clear. Just bear with us a moment as we move some of our judges to new positions. And we will be commencing the CCI 4-star class as soon as possible. So please be aware that they'll be jumping the blue coloured numbers. So the course again, it will change slightly. It does follow a similar track to the 3-star class, but it is significantly different to the past. So please be aware of where you are spectating so that you are not in the way of these horses as they complete their cross-country round. So while we wait,
"30 years in business, Pride's Easy Feed continues to stand as a proud Australian family equine dedicated feed company. Based on the Liverpool Plains, Pride's is the only facility of its type producing extruded cubes, extruded sweet feeds and pellets on 3 separate production lines. We would like to wish our Pride-sponsored riders the best of luck for the event ahead. And be sure to pop over to the Pride's marquee to see our range of feeds and ask any questions that you might have with getting the right diet for your horse."
Quit horsing around and come visit the Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute Lilydale team at the Wandin International Horse Event on the 23rd and 24th of March. With 3-tonne towing in the MUX and 3.5-tonne towing in the D-Max, You'll keep your horses safe with trailer sway control across the range. Receive our stellar show special of $2,000 worth of free accessories for any new vehicle purchased over the event period. Offer valid for event period only, 23rd to 24th of March. So get in quick. Visit our 2018 award-winning team at Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute Lilydale today.
Stacey Briggs and Little Napoleon in fourth. Alice Embry and Spanaclusion in fifth position, while Laura Wallace and ESB Irish Autumn finished in sixth. Local rider Eliza Harvey and Evergem Perfection came seventh, while Fleur Barling and Wake Me Up rounded out the top 8 positions. In the CCI 2-star section 1. In the second section, we had Sam Jeffries aboard Woodmount Lolita take out the lead on a score of 33.9, closely followed by Jasmine Dillon. In second, Georgia Tivendale and Star Allure in third, while Charlotte Flood and Collude With Me in fourth. Bronte Bravo and Altona came fifth on a score of 42.5, while Georgia House and Navigator on a score of 44 were in sixth. Edward Darby and Moon Day came seventh, while Georgina Birrell and Malbrow View finished out the eighth. Quite interesting to see the inter-school competitors doing quite well, taking at least 6 of those top 8 positions in that CCI 2-star class. So hopefully not far off commencing the Pride CCI 4-star class. Just moving our judges into position. So we are hopefully not too far off a start in this Pride CCI 4-star class. Just doing the final checks and making sure we have the jump judges in their appropriate places. So we do have approximately 20 competitors in this CCI 4-star class. So still plenty of action to see on the hill here at the Australian Championships at Wandin Park. Please make sure that you are aware where the horses will be travelling. It is a slightly different path to before. So please be looking out for the the blue numbered fences in this CCI 4-star class today. Okay, so we have just received confirmation that all jump judges are in place for this Pride CCI 4-star class. And we are just moments away from starting. So again, please be aware they will be jumping the blue coloured fences. So be aware of where you are sitting or standing. Make sure you are not in front of their path. Again, these riders will be riding significantly faster than the last at 570 metres per minute. They've got a 3.8 kilometre course with 6 minutes and 40 seconds to complete and 32 efforts. So longer course, more efforts, much faster and a higher degree of difficulty. You are watching the best of the best here in the Pride's Easy Feed CIC 4-star class. So we'll be eagerly awaiting the start with Amanda Ross on Don Diablo. She was sitting in third position with a score of 31. Unfortunately, picking up 8 penalties, jumping penalties and 0.4 time to drop her back to 6. So I do believe she was holding first, second and third overnight after the dressage. So Amanda Ross and her 3 rides are clearly in good form for the Pride's CIC 4-star class today. So just waiting to hear when the riders are ready. All judges are in place. And we should be seeing rider number 1, Amanda Ross, our trailblazer in this Pride CIC 4-star class. So we will be running at 3-minute intervals, so slightly longer than before. Hopefully give us a chance to watch more of each competitor's round. So approximately 10 seconds away from starting this Pride's Easy Feed CCI 4-star class with our trailblazer, rider number 1, Amanda Ross, aboard Don Diablo. She's over the first fence of the Rider Video Productions train. Amanda Ross. So Amanda Ross, rider number 1, over fence number 2, Wandin Park Arch. We can see her head up towards the Equissage Manor, fence number 3. The jumps similar to what the 3-star did earlier, slightly shorter line, obviously. Bigger fences, bigger angle at the Stockman's Hut. So Amanda Ross and Don Diablo through the Stockman's Hut at fence 4A and B. This year the course has changed its line. We can see Amanda wasting no time as she heads across towards the Bendigo Bank. Slightly different route this year. The riders go up the mound, over a big table on the top, before curving back to a narrow arrowhead on the other side where the ground drops away. So no issues there for Amanda Ross, our trailblazer in the Pride's Easy Feed CCI 4-star class. As we see her do a big sweeping turn at the far corner of the course over an angled brush as she heads back towards that famous Bendigo Bank bridge. So just the one rider out on course, Amanda Ross and Don Diablo. We do have our live stream. Has a little trot before she popped off. He did have a little bit of an extra look there. However, Amanda's very experienced. She piloted him off there without any issues. So Amanda Ross safely off the Bendigo Bank Bridge. This is where we want spectators to be careful. The riders do take a very different line to what they have done in the past. So off the bridge, quick splash through the lake, get their feet a little bit wet before they turn out to a brush oxer curving onto some curved lines. So no problem over the brush oxer. She turns back to the curved brushes, much more technical line down the hill. A little bit deep, but no problem there for Amanda Ross and Don Diablo. She puts the pedal down, wastes no time as she heads back towards the lake again. As I said, they do splash through the lake a couple of times in this CCI 4-star class. So no issue there over the brush fence going in as she sets up for the boat. Tight turn to the corner. And a nice neat pop Over the Heritage Holden Lake at fence number 12 A and B for Amanda Ross and Don Diablo. Again, they also jump the Shandon bottle before they head out towards the hay shed and the back of the course where she'll drop out of view. So Amanda Ross currently sitting in 6th position and Don Diablo wasting no time as she canters across the paddock towards the hay shed. Meanwhile, at the start of their course, we have rider number 2, Andrew Cooper aboard Hunter's Hill. Andrew had a dressage score of 41, adding 4 jump penalties and 1.2 time. He's currently sitting in 9th position. So Andrew Cooper and Hunter's Hill clear over the Equisage Manor. And the Stockman's Hut at fence 4 at A and B. We can see him make his way towards the Bendigo Bank, top of the hill. While we see Amanda Ross setting up for the 2 narrow shields at the Rolling Hills, 15 A and B. She's going to waste no time as she heads out the back towards the very big, very imposing Horseland Hurdle with a great big ditch under it. So Amanda Ross and Don Diablo clear over the Rolling Hills at fence 15 A and B, while Andrew Cooper should be coming off the bridge, the Bendigo Bank Bridge shortly. Just 2 competitors out on course. And this Pride's Easy Feed CCI 4-star class. So Andrew Cooper setting up the Bendigo Bank Broken Bridge, really confidently off there. No problems for him at Hunter's Hill at fence number 7. As he cuts up quickly to the lake, sets up a little log popping out, does the sweeping turn over the brush oxar and the curved brushes. Meanwhile, out the back, Amanda Ross is wasting no time as she's cleared the Wandin Which Way at 17 A and B and making her way towards the Kentaur Quarry. Andrew turning down the hill, setting up for the curved brushes at fence 10 A and B. Nicely done in 4 as he wastes no time heading back to the Heritage Holden Lake again. So we should see Amanda Ross popping into view. She's popped through the hotel. She sets up for the Pride's Easy Feed wagon. Similar line to the 3-star class, slightly tighter, shorter and obviously bigger. Big jump over the wagon. She sets up for those Burwood eventing brush tractors. No issues there for Amanda Ross and Don Diablo. Clear through fence 21. Just 3 fences for that combination to go in this CCI 4-star class. Meanwhile, we've seen Andrew Cooper neatly through the lake, popping through the Shandon bottle as we speak, as he wastes no time on the turn back towards the hay shed. This stretch, you'll see them really open the horses out as it's a chance to catch up a little bit of time after jumping those fences closer together. As I said, they are travelling at a much faster speed to earlier, 570 metres a minute. So, another new starter out on course. Just as Amanda Ross jumps the Isuzu Arch, we have Rebecca Italiano back again. This time she's aboard ESB Irish Patience, lovely big grey. 32.3 in the dressage to be sitting in 4th, unfortunately. 8 jump penalties, 1.2 time to drop it down to 7th in this very competitive CCI 4-star class. So she made it through the Bendigo Bank at 5 A and B as she turns over the angled brush at the top end of the course. So Andrew Cooper and Hunter's Hill is through the Rolling Hills at 15 A and B and the Horseland Hurdle at the back. He'll be making the big long pull up the hill towards the Wandin Which Way and the Kentaur Quarry. So Rebecca Italiano and ESB Irish Patience just on the Bendigo Bank Bridge as we speak. Rode it beautifully. Lovely horse, got a fair bit of experience. Been travelling around at this level for a while. Nicely through the lake. So we've got Rebecca Italiano through the Heritage Holden Lake and Andrew Cooper and Hunters Hill through the Wandin Which Way and just splashing through the Kentall Quarry as we speak. So 2 competitors out on course in this Pride's Easy Feed CCI 4-star class. Rebecca Italiano is setting up for the curved brushes. Slipping in a nice 4 strides there as she heads down back towards the lake for that tricky line. As we see, Andrew Cooper wastes no time on Hunters Hill. Back into view as he sets up for the Pride's Easy Feed wagon. Big leap over the wagon. And neatly over the Burwood eventing brush tractors. Just 2 strides for this 4-star class as we see. Rebecca riding really positively through the lake, over the house, neatly over the corner, setting up big pat as she goes towards the Shandon Bottle. So as Andrew finishes his course, we have a new starter out on course, this time rider number 4, Tanya Harding aboard Jeremiah Yorkshire. Tanya had a score of 33.5 in the dressage, unfortunately picking up 12 jump penalties. 1.2 time to be dropping down to 10th in this Pride's Easy Feed CCI 3-star class. Meanwhile, we see Rebecca Italiano and ESB Irish Patience galloping across the hill towards the hay shed. Beautifully presented with the Ag Power tractors, one of our many sponsors here at Wandin Park today. So Tanya Harding and Jeremiah Yorkshire over the Stockman's Hut and fence 4. They seem to have made light work of the Bendigo Bank at fence 5 A and B. So our trailblazer, Amanda Ross, rider number 1 aboard Don Diablo. No jump penalties, 14.4 time to leave her on a total of 53.8. So our first rider is around the course. As always, the time is really tough, particularly in this 4-star level. It's pretty unusual to get riders actually make the time, so it'd be interesting to see if anyone can do it today. So we have Rebecca Italiano and ESB Irish Patience safely over the horseland hurdle at fence number 16. While we've just seen Tanya Harding and Jeremiah Yorkshire off the Bendigo Bridge, fence number 7, and splashing through the Heritage Holden Lake. See, the wind is picking up here at Wandin. We seem to have had all seasons this weekend. So we have Rebecca Italiano and ESB Irish Patience out the back of the Wandin Which Way at fence 17, while Tanya Harding over the brush oxer, just making her way back towards the curved brushes at fence 10. So Rebecca Italiano and ESB Irish Patience safely through the quarry. As I said, they do jump an element at the top of a really steep slide, head their way down into the quarry and over a narrow brush fence, which has been easy for that combination. She should be heading into view after jumping the hotel shortly, while we see Tanya Harding jumping back into that Heritage Holden Lake and over the boat. So 2 horses in view at the moment. Rebecca Italiano, nice big leap over the Pride's wagon. And no issues for that combination through the Burwood eventing brush tractors. Tanya Harding over the Shandon Bottle, making the sweeping turn. Lovely athletic horse, huge galloping stride. She makes up some time across country towards the hay shed. Meanwhile, just commencing their round, we've got rider number 5, Chelsea Priestley, aboard Rosso Asango. Chelsea had a score of 41.4 in the dressage, picking up 4 jump penalties, 1.6 time to leave her in 11th position. So local rider Chelsea Priestley clear over the Equisage Manor, fence number 4. So we've got a score for Andrew Cooper and Hunters Hill. One never to hang around too long. He did still pick up 10.4 time, proving that time is tough to get here at the Wandin Park Horse Trials, leaving him on a total of 56.6. So Tanya Harding, Jeremiah Yorkshire, clear over the rolling hills at 15 AMB, heading out towards the Horseland Hurdle, while we can see Chelsea Priestley aboard Rosso Sango at the Bendigo Bank, and the Angled Brush heading towards that spectacular Bendigo Bank Bridge at fence number 7. So 2 horses out on course. Tanya Harding, clear over fence 15 AMB, and Chelsea Priestley making light work of the Bendigo Bank Bridge at fence number 7. So very keen thoroughbred horse here. He scoots up the edge of the lake, neatly pops over that log as she heads out towards the brush oxer and that tough curved brush line. So Tanya Harding, Jeremiah Yorkshire through the Kentall Quarry at 18 AMB as Chelsea's doing the sweeping turn down to the curved brushes. So nicely through the curved brushes for Chelsea as we see Tanya back into view on the lovely athletic Jeremiah Yorkshire. Big jump over the Pride's Easy Feed table. She sits up neatly. The Burwood brush tractors and makes light work of that. So seems to be riding really well for this CCI 4-star class so far. As we see Chelsea Priestley positively ride into the lake, over the boat, sitting up, turning to the corner. And unfortunately for Chelsea, just didn't quite lock onto that fence. She has had a run out. Always tricky to get back onto the B element. Has to do a little bit of a scenic route and pick her line to get back onto the big corner in the water at the Heritage Holden Lake at fence number 12. Seems to have jumped it successfully on the second attempt. So Chelsea continues on towards the Shandon Bottle at fence number 12. Meanwhile, we've got rider number 6, Madeline Wilson and I'm Bruce, commencing their round. They've clear over the Equisage Manor at fence number 3. Madeline had a score of 34.6 in the dressage, no jump penalties, 1.2 time to move her into 5th position. So another combination to keep an eye out for Madeline Wilson aboard I'm Bruce. Meanwhile, we see Chelsea Priestley back across the paddock carrying that 20 from the Heritage Holden Lake. She continues on back out the back of the course. So Rebecca Italiano, rider number 3 aboard ESB Irish Patience. No jump penalties, 12.8 time to leave her on a current score of 44.3. So currently in provisional 3rd position of the 3 riders that have completed. So Madeline Wilson and I'm Bruce nicely off the bridge, splashing through the lake as we speak at fence number 8. So Chelsea Priestley and Rosso Sango carrying forward that 20 from the Heritage Holden Lake, but she's clear through the rolling hills and the Horseland Hurdle out the back, out of view. While Madeline Wilson and I'm Bruce tackled that big brush oxer. She sits up for the curved brushes at fence 10A and B. Big jump in, nicely done in 4 strides there for Madeline Wilson. So Madeline heading back up towards the Heritage Holden Lake. 3 fences here. Big hanging rail with brush on top to get them in the air going in. So they sit up for the boat and that tough curved line as we saw before onto the apex. And really nicely done by Madeline Wilson and I'm Bruce. She heads on towards the Shandon Bottle at fence number 13, sorry. Meanwhile, we have Chelsea Priestley out the back, out of view. She's seems to have picked up another 20 at the Wandin which way at fence number 17. So a bit more of an unusual fence to cause trouble at this level, but it is actually an apex, interesting to note. So Chelsea did cop a 20 in the lake with an apex, and again at the Wandin which way. So Chelsea Priestley carrying forward two separate refusals, while Madeline Wilson and I'm Bruce clear up to the hayshed, fence number 4. So back into view, we can see Chelsea really nicely over the Pride's Easy Feed wagon. She sets him up for those 2 narrow brush fences at the Burwood eventing brush tractors. Really nicely done. So disappointing she picked up those penalties earlier on the course, but she's got to be happy just completing the CCI 4-star course here at Wandin. Meanwhile, starting their course out across the hill, we should be able to see rider number 7, Sophia Landy. This time she's aboard ESB Golden Geisha. 44.4 in the dressage, picking up 4 jump penalties and 0.4 time to leave her sitting in 12th position. She's clear over the angled brush. She'll be making her way off the unfinished bridge. Oh, a little bit of encouragement with the whip there, but no problem for that combination for Sophia Landy to ESB Golden Geisha. She canters up, splashing through the lake for the first time. So, confirmation, Chelsea Priestley is over the final fence, carrying forward those 2 separate refusals in the CCI 4-star class before she gets ready to hop back on her second ride and do it all again. So we've got Madeline Wilson and I'm Bruce over the Horseland hurdle out the back. As we can see, Sophia Landy is curving back on ESB Golden Geisha over the brush oxer and the curved brushes in the view. So wasting no time, Sophia Landy and ESB Golden Geisha, while Madeline Wilson and I'm Bruce, they're safely through the Quentor Quarry at fence 18 A and B and the hotel as she sits up for the Pride's Easy Feed wagon. Lovely big bold jump over that fence. And nicely through the 2-stride at the Burwood eventing brush tractors. Yeah, it's always a lot for the horses to see. They come back into this area where the trade stands and all the spectators are. Can get a little bit distracted, but you can see these horses, a lot more experience. They're a bit more used to that type of atmosphere. So two horses out on course, Madeline Wilson and I'm Bruce over the Ag Power Flowers, fence number 22, tackling the Pride's Fat Rats as we speak, while Sophia Landy and ESB Golden Geisha are over the hayshed, just approaching the hayshed, sorry, as we speak. Sophie picking up a nice galloping stride there, wasting no time as she heads out towards the rolling hills. 2 narrow shield fences before she heads out to the back paddock. So Tanya Harding and Jeremiah Yorkshire, they had a lovely clear round, picking up 11.6 time to leave them provisionally in 4th on a score of 58.3. While we have a new starter out on course, rider number 10, Callum Bucksack and Mativa Cheval. He had a score of 35 to be in 7th position after dressage, adding just 0.4 to his show jumping to leave him in a very handy 3rd position. So he'll certainly be wanting to put pressure on the leader, which is Amanda Ross on her 2nd and 3rd ride of the day in this CCI 4-star class. So Callum safely over the angled brush fence at number 6 and off the broken bridge, the Bendigo Bank Bridge at fence number 7, while Sophia Landy is over the Horseland hurdle at fence number 16, making her way up towards the Quentor Quarry. 2 horses out on course in this Pride's Easy Feed CCI 4-star class. We can see Callum, big jump over the brush oxer as he curves back towards the curved brushes at fence number 10. It's a testament to how good these riders are riding as they make these really tough lines look easy. They certainly aren't if you go down and look closely at them. So Sophia Landy and ESB Golden Geisha clear through the Kentore Quarry at fence 18A and B. And heading back into view after the hotel here while we have Callum tackling the lake as we speak. So Sophia Landy, nice and positive to that big Pride's Easy Feed table as she sets up for the Burwood eventing brush tractors, and also makes light work of that. So some excellent riding here today around this CCI 4-star class today. And again, we've just seen Callum take the slightly longer route at the Shandon bottle. Obviously, he knows his horse, not willing to tackle that fence that Wandin is so famous for. So Callum coming back towards the hay shed, making his way out towards the back paddock, while we have Sophia Landy and ESB Golden Geisha over the Isuzu arch at fence number 24. So score to hand for Chelsea Priestley and Rosso Sango. Unfortunately, she did pick up 40 jump penalties. 36.8 time, leaving her on a total of 123.8. While Madeline Wilson and I'm Bruce, no jump penalties. 8.4 time, so pretty speedy around the track. Fastest of the day so far, to leave her on a score of 44.2, leaving her 0.1 in front of Rebecca Italiano. So Madeline Wilson, our provisional leader so far in this CCI 4-star class. So combination to keep an eye out for. Amanda Ross, she's back again this time. Number 11 aboard, Cocoa Poppin' Candy. Horse she did take overseas as a travelling reserve last year. So she was our leader in the dressage on a score of 25.7. Unfortunately, picking up 8 jump penalties in the show jumping to push her down to second against herself. So she's clear over the angled brush and off the Bendigo Bank Bridge, making her way through the Heritage Holden Lake as we speak. So that's Amanda Ross aboard Cocoa Poppin' Candy, her second 4-star ride of the day. As we should be able to see Callum just on our live feed splashing through the quarry as he goes down the slide and over the narrow brush fence, makes light work of that. So we should be seeing Callum Bucksack and Mativa Cheval back into view shortly, while we see Amanda Ross circling for that brush, curved brushes. So timing of these two riders makes it hard to decide where to look as we see Callum through the Pride's Easy Feed table and the Burwood eventing brush tractors as Amanda pops over really neatly on Cocoa Poppin' Candy over the boat. Curve line really neatly over that apex in the lake as she heads on up towards the Shandon bottle. So 2 riders out on course. Callum, he's over the Pride's Fat Rat at fence 23. Just 1 fence to go for that combination, who will be eagerly awaiting his time, as he does have potential to move into the provisional lead at the moment. Meanwhile, over the rider video promotions train at fence number 1, we've got Lara Wallace aboard Van Heck. Rider number 12. Lara had a score of 40.8 in the dressage. No jump penalties, just 3.2 time in the show jumping to move her into 8th position. And she's clear over the Wandin Park arch at fence number 2. So Amanda Ross setting up for the rolling hills at fence number 15A and B. 2 narrow shields, but makes that look easy as she heads out towards the back paddock and the Horseland hurdle. Lara Wallace and Van Heck over the Equisage Manor. And the Stockman's Hut heading up towards the Bendigo Bank. So Amanda Ross, Cocoa Poppin' Candy, currently in 2nd position over the Horseland hurdle and clear up to fence number 16. So Laura Wallace at the far back corner of the front paddock over the angled brush, fence number 6, and making that sweeping turn back towards the Bendigo Bank Bridge. So 2 riders out on course. Amanda Ross and Coco Popping Candy through the Wandin which way at 17A and B, making our way towards the Kentall Quarry, while we can see Laura Wallace and Van Heck off the bridge. Lovely big leap there for that combination. So nice bright pink helmet, easy to spot. Laura Wallace and Van Heck neatly through the lake as she heads towards the Brush Oxer, while we see Amanda Ross and the lovely black Coco Popping Candy. Lovely big leap over the Pride's Easy Feed wagon. She sets up for Birdwood Brush Tractors, showing all her experience as a combination as they pop through there. Heading on down to the last 3 fences in this Pride's Easy Feed CCI 4-star class, as we see Laura Wallace and Van Heck really efficiently through the curved brushes at fence number 10 as she makes her way back to splash through the Heritage Holden Lake once again. So Amanda Ross and Coco Popping Candy there over the Pride's Fat Rats, fence number 23. Just 1 fence to go, the Isuzu Arch, while we have a new starter out on course. Rider number 13, Kiralee Hosier on Regal Red Jasper. Kiralee on a dressage score of 35.5. Unfortunately not such a great show jumping round for this combination as they added 20 jump penalties, 1.6 time in the show jumping to drop them down to 16th position. So Kiralee will be looking for a nice clear round to improve her position. She's clear over the Equisage Manor at fence number 3. Oh, we've just seen Laura Wallace aboard Van Heck over the hay sheds. Oh, sorry, approaching the hay shed. Here in view. Lovely big galloping stride across country for this horse. So 2 riders out on course. Laura Wallace approaching the rolling hills at fence number 15A and B, while Kiralee should be somewhere around the Bendigo Bank. So, a couple of scores to hand. We do have Callum Bucksack and Mativa Cheval. No jump penalties and no time penalties for a total of 35.4. So, in a very handy position there. We saw Sophia Landy and ESB Golden Geisha. They travelled lovely across country, picking up just 8.4 time to leave her on a total of 57.2. While Amanda Ross, dressage leader, no jump penalties, no time penalties to leave her 33.7. So currently Amanda is in first position aboard Coco Popping Candy of the horses that have completed. So she's only got herself to beat now. 2 horses out on course. Laura Wallace aboard Van Heck. She's clear through the Wandin which way at fence 17A and B. While we can see Kiralee Hosier aboard Regal Red Jasper just circling back over the Brush Oxer and the curved brushes at fence number 10. So Laura Wallace clear through the Kentall Quarry aboard Van Heck. So 2 horses out on course. This Pride's CCI 4-star class. So we see Kiralee heading back towards the lake. And Laura popping into view over the wagon. Lovely big jump. So Kiralee Hosier or a little bit deep to the apex. However, Regal Red Jasper just snapped right up out of there. Very neat in front. Nice and honest in that slightly deeper spot of the lake. The Heritage Holden Lake for Kirralie, Hosier and Regal Red Jasper. So, Laura Wallace and Van Heck there over the Ag Power Flowers at fence number 22. Just 2 fences to go for this combination. Meanwhile, at the starter course, we have rider number 14, Florence Goodwin, aboard Kendalee Quantum Leap. Florence had a score of 42.8 in the dressage, adding 8 jump penalties, 4.8 time penalties to leave her in 15th position going into the cross country. So Florence Goodwin aboard Kendalee Quantum Leap, clear through the Stockman's Hut at fence number 4. While we can see Kirralie over the rolling hills at fence number 15, A and B, wasting no time as she heads out towards a horseland hurdle, fence number 16. So 2 horses out on course. Florence Goodwin aboard Kendalee Quantum Leap. I believe this may be her first 4-star competition with this horse. Clear through the Bendigo Bank, nicely over the angled brushes. She heads back into view, the Bendigo Bank Bridge at fence number 7. So 2 competitors out on course. We've got Kirralie and Regal Red Jasper out the back over the horseland hurdle at fence number 16, and making a long pull up towards the double of apexes at the Wonder Which Way. Well, we just saw Florence Goodwin and Kendalee Quantum Leap make a huge leap off that Bendigo Bank Bridge. No problem for that combination. So head out back towards the Brush Oxer. So excellent viewing on the top of the hill here at Wandin Park. So we can see approximately 75% of the course from the one vantage point on the hill. We've got Florence Goodwin and Kendalee Quantum Leap clear over the Brush Oxer at fence number 9. While we've got Kirralie, Hosier and Regal Red Jasper through the Kentaur Quarry and heading down towards the hotel. So coming back into view, Kirralie, Regal Red Jasper, setting up for the Pride's Easy Feed Wagon. Very sharp in front, this horse. He snaps up over that wagon, makes light work of the Burwood eventing brush tractors at fence 21A and B. Meanwhile, down at Lake, we can see Florence Goodwin, Kendalee Quantum Leap, nicely over the hanging rail on the way in, over the boat, sitting up for the turn, and really nicely up in the air over that apex. Really scopy horse, making light work of this CCI 4-star class today as she sets up for that iconic Chandon bottle. So Florence Goodwin looking to have a great run so far aboard Kendalee Quantum Leap, clear through fence number 13 at the Chandon bottle. Meanwhile, commencing their round, we've got rider number 17, Jennifer Duffy aboard Grand Mile. She had a score of 39.9 in the dressage, unfortunately adding 12 jump penalties to move her back down to 14th position. So Jennifer Duffy clear through the Stockman's Hut and the Bendigo Bank at fence number 5, while we see Florence Goodwin and Kendalee Quantum Leap heading towards the rolling hills at fence number 15A and B. So Florence taking a little bit of extra time to set up Kendalee Quantum Leap, but does a really nice job through the rolling hills, 2 narrow fences across the hill. Meanwhile, we've got Jennifer Duffy coming off the Bendigo Bank Bridge. Really positively huge leap there for that combination, making light work of that imposing fence as she splashes through the Heritage Holden Lake. And unfortunately for her, just a little Little fall there for horse and rider at a relatively simple fence. Just seemed to pick triple landing somehow. Didn't quite see it all from the stream, but she's up. Horse and rider are okay. No issues there for that combination. They do seem fine. So unfortunately for Jennifer Duffy, she'll be taking no further part in this course, but she is up. She's walking, probably winded. She's taken a little tumble there, the Heritage Holden Lake. So out the back, out of view, we've got rider number 14, Florence Goodwin, aboard Kendalee Quantum Leap. She's making light work of this CCI 4-star class. And she's clear through the Wandin which way, heads down the slide at the quarry. Lovely jump over the brush, arrowhead in the water, and splashes out. She'll be coming back into view through the hotel shortly. So, unfortunately for Jennifer Duffy, she'll be taking no further part in the competition. So, Florence Goodwin, Kendalee Quantum Leap. Big strong horse, still full of running. She sets him up for the prize. Easy Feed Wagon. Really gets up in the air, really scopy horse. Lovely and neat. As she pops through the Burwood eventing brush tractors, making it look easy. So Florence Goodwin and Kendalee Quantum Leap clear through fence 21 at the Burwood eventing brush tractors. Meanwhile, we've got the very busy Sophia Landy. This time aboard Humble Glory, rider number 15. Sophia's she's already been around once, back again on her second ride. Dressage score of 40.5. Unfortunately dropping 2 rails in the show jumping and picking up 0.4 time, dropping her down to 13th position. She's clear through the angled brush, the Bendigo Bank at fence number 5, A and B. I believe this horse is thoroughbred off the track, and I think he was still racing approximately 2 years ago, so he's had a pretty quick rise in this sport, just proving how versatile the thoroughbreds can be. So pretty special off the track thoroughbred here. Humble Glory with Sophia Landy aboard. Clear over the angled brush and just making her way off the Bendigo Bank Bridge now. Really boldly, nice big jump there for Sophia Landy and Humble Glory. She makes her way up, splash through the lake. Has a little look as she sets up for the log out. So just the one horse out on course now. Sophia Landy aboard Humble Glory. A couple of scores to hand. We do have a score for rider number 13, Kirili Hosier aboard Regal Red Jasper. No jump penalties, 15.6 time penalties to leave her on a total of 72.7. Well, we can see we've also got a score for Laura Wallace aboard Van Heck. Rider number 12, no jump penalties, 13.6 time penalties to leave her on a total of 57.6. So time is proving to be quite influential in this CCI 4-star class as we see Sophia Landy boldly over the hanging rail going into the lake, setting up for the boat on this really nice little Humble Glory. Even did a little trot into that big apex, but no problem. Sophia gave him a little bit of leg and he just popped right up out of there, making it look easy. So amazing how talented these horses can be, jumping such big fences so easily. So Sophia Landy clear through the Shandon Bottle at fence number 13. While we see Chelsea Priestley back again on her second ride also. This time she's rider number 16 aboard the Big Grey Skansen Purist. She's clear over the Equisage Manor at fence number 3. So Chelsea had a score of 35 in the dressage. No jump penalties, just 0.4 time to move up into a very handy third position. So putting a bit of pressure on Amanda Ross and her 2 rides, Chelsea Priestley and Skansen Purist. Meanwhile, we've seen Sophia Landy and Humble Glory through the rolling hills at fence number 15 A and B. So just the two riders out on course. Sophia Landy and Humble Glory heading out towards the Horseland Hurdle at fence number 16. While Chelsea Priestley and the big grey, hard to miss, Scanson Purist. She's over the angled brush at fence number 6, making her way down towards that iconic Bendigo Bank Bridge. So Chelsea riding very positively. Arms and legs. She worked pretty hard to get him off there, but no problems there for Chelsea. Safely off the Bendigo Bank Bridge, really positively. She obviously knows this horse well, but he needs a little bit of encouragement. So no problem for Chelsea. Clear through the Heritage Holden Lake at fence number 8. While we've got Sophia Landy and Humble Glory out the back. They've jumped that really big, huge Horseland Hurdle, made their way up through the Wandin Which Way at fence, making their way up to the Wandin Which Way at fence 17 A and B. And I've just seen them splash through the Kentall Quarry. So both these riders appear to be having a good run so far. Sophia Landy clear through the Kentall Quarry. Chelsea Priestley wasting no time through those curved brushes. She heads on back towards the Heritage Holden Lake. Oh, Sophia Landy setting up to jump this big Pride's Easy Feed table again. And the Burwood eventing brush tractors, so no problems there for Sophia Landy. And as I speak, poor Chelsea going to feel a little bit of deja vu, unfortunately for her. She hasn't got the line again at that dreaded apex in the Heritage Holden Lake and has picked up 20. So she's just circling back around trying to get a line again as she gets it the second time. So Chelsea will be a little bit disappointed with herself not getting that line on her second ride, considering she was sitting in a handy third position. So Chelsea carrying forward 20. Meanwhile, we've got another starter out on course, rider number 19, Amanda Ross, aboard Dickavilly Diesel. This is a combination to keep an eye out on. She's our current leader of the class, so a score of 27.3 yesterday in the dressage to be second to herself, picking up just 0.8 time in the show jumping to be leading. So we need to keep an eye out for the time. And a nice clear round for Amanda Ross, our overnight leader. Meanwhile, we see Chelsea Priestley, Scanson Purist, clear through the hay shed. She sets up for the rolling hills at fence number 15 A and B. Unfortunately carrying forward those 20 penalties from that apex again in the Heritage Holden Lake. So Amanda Ross and Dickavilly Diesel clear through the angled brush at fence number 6, making her way down towards the Bendigo Bank Bridge. So didn't have to ride quite as hard with Diesel off the bridge compared to her first ride. Jumped much more confidently than before. So Amanda Ross having a nice ride so far as she splashes through the lake at fence number 8. Meanwhile, Chelsea Priestley and Scanson Purist carrying forward those 20. She's over the Horseland Hurdle at fence number 16, making a long pull up the hill to the Wandin Which Way. As we can see, Amanda Ross turning down the hill to the curved brushes at fence number 10. So really nicely done. Amanda showing all her experience through that combination there. So Amanda Ross, our overnight leader, galloping up towards the Heritage Holden Lake. As we see Chelsea Priestley on the live feed splashing through the Kentall Quarry. So Amanda Ross, nice big leap over the apex in the Heritage Holden Lake, making light work of that combination, heading up towards the Shandon bottle. So just two competitors out on course. Got Chelsea Priestley coming back into view. Aboard the big grey Scanson Purist. Sitting up for the Pride's Easy Feed wagon. And unfortunately a little glance off there at the Burwood eventing brush tractors. So he did a lovely jump going over the wagon. Just she couldn't quite get him on the line straight for that tough two-stride combination. So she comes around, tackles it the second time. So Chelsea carrying forward two separate refusals in this CCI 4-star class. Meanwhile, we've just seen Amanda Ross, our overnight leader, making light work of the rolling hills at fence number 15A and B. So I've just had word that these are our last two riders out on course in this CCI 4-star class. So our overnight leader, Amanda Ross and Diggervilly Diesel, clear over the rolling hills at fence number 15A and B. We have Chelsea jumping the Pride's Fat Rats, fence number 23, and approaching the Isuzu Arch, carrying forward those two separate refusals. So overnight leader, Amanda Ross, over the Horseland Hurdle, heading up towards the Wandin Whichway. So a score update for rider number 15, Sophia Landy, aboard Humble Glory. No jump penalties, 10 time penalties to finish on a score of 58.9. While we also had rider number 14, Florence Goodwin, aboard Kendall Quantum Leap. No jump penalties, adding 28.4 time to leave her on a total of 84. So our final rider here in this Pride's Easy Feed CCI 4-star class, our overnight leader, Amanda Ross, aboard Diggervilly Diesel. She's through the Kentall Quarry and over the hotel, setting up for the Pride's Easy Feed wagon. So, lovely big jump over that wagon. And really nicely through the Burwood eventing brush tractors. So just 3 fences to go for our overnight leader. We'll be eagerly awaiting her time in this CCI 4-star class. So Amanda Ross, clear to fence number 22, the Ag Power Flowers. Just 2 fences to go for our overnight leader. So meanwhile, the spectators, please don't run away. We will be having the 7-Eleven Shetland Grand National starting immediately at the commencement of this CCI 4-star class. So please stay around. It's always an entertaining race, watching the future champions tackle the 7-Eleven Shetland Grand National. So we have Amanda Ross, our overnight leader, clear over the final fence at the Isuzu Arch at fence number 24. So just awaiting some final scores. I do have a score for Chelsea Priestley aboard Scanson Purist. Unfortunately, they did pick up 40 jump penalties, 33.6 time to leave them on a total of 109. While we have our overnight leader, Amanda Ross, aboard Diggervilly Diesel. They jumped clear, just waiting on the confirmation of their time to see if she holds that first position.
"30 years in business. Pride's Easy Feed continues to stand as a proud Australian family equine dedicated feed company. Based on the Liverpool Plains, Pride's is the only facility of its type producing extruded cubes, extruded sweet feeds and pellets on 3 separate production lines. We would like to wish our Pride-sponsored riders the best of luck for the event ahead, and be sure to pop over to the Pride's marquee to see our range of feeds and ask any questions that you might have with getting the right diet for your horse.
Quit horsing around and come visit the Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute Lilydale team at the Wandin International Horse Event on the 23rd and 24th of March. With 3-tonne towing in the MUX and 3.5-tonne towing in the D-Max, you'll keep your horses safe with trailer sway control across the range. Receive our stellar show special of $2,000 worth of free accessories for any new vehicle purchased over the event period. Offer valid for event period only, 23rd to 24th of March. So get in quick. Visit our 2018 award-winning team at Genesis Motors Isuzu Ute Lilydale today.
Open Elite 8 Premiers, how does that sound?
Big wicket, and that one bounced. Come on! The drivers have been safely gone.
Motor are going through. It's all over for Southern. He's out. Gillum Jones is out. Can it get over the top of Anderson?
get over
Tracks all the way
Anderson.
back in.
It
It
is.
does. And he's locked him. What a goal!